Everyone. I'm Eric.
I'm
Hi,
Arlene.
I'm sorry. No, I'm Snehita.
I'm
Hi,
Evan. I'm Evan with Agat, and Alex is on the link. He can say hi in the next.
I'm Harvey. I'm also part of the Cmu Vc team.
All right, I think we got almost everyone. That's cool. So yeah, these are all the people that made this event possible, and we definitely couldn't have done it without them. And so if you have any questions, they've all named themselves with Cmu Vc team at the end of it. So you can personal message myself or one of us, and we'll try to get things resolved. And I guess with that, I'll give it to Avika to do our introductions.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Cmu Vc 2020 event. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for adjusting to this new format. I know it's so super difficult, especially considering the circumstances, but we're really, truly grateful that you're all willing to participate and allow this event to run regardless. So just a little background, Cmu Vc is a yearly startup pitch competition held by the Cmu Undergraduate Entrepreneurship Association, or UEA for short, where undergrad student entrepreneurs from around the nation compete for seed funding, legal services, and mentorship from experts in the entrepreneurial community. We are so excited today to welcome our 12 finalists that are competing from across the country and right now probably speaking from different parts of the world. First, I'd like to introduce our judges. We have David Oberdick and Michael Maniok. Thank you so much for your continued support of the Cmu Vc after all these years. Next, I'd also like to introduce two new judges we are welcoming this year, Lenore Bloom and Joey Rahimi. We're very happy that you guys were able to join us today. So time for the most exciting part, the prizes. The third place winner will receive a $2,500 cash prize and $1,000 in legal services from MUS Law. The second place winner will receive a $4,000 cash prize and $1,500 in legal services. The first place winner will receive a $6,000 cash prize and $2,500 of legal services and 5,000 Heroku credit. We also had a trophy for you guys, but obviously that's not going to happen, but we'll try and mail it to the winners if possible. I'd also like to thank our generous supporters, the Schwartz Center, MUS Law, Heroku, PVCA, AGC Pittsburgh, Chula, and Icon House for allowing us to present our competitors with a record-breaking total of prizes for any UEA event thus far. This event really would not have been possible without their support. Next, before we get started with our keynote, I'd like to introduce Dave Mawini to say a few words. Dave is the Executive Director of the Schwartz Center for Entrepreneurship at CMU and has advised and helped out the UEA so much over the years, and of course, helping to kickstart and organize CMU VC. Dave, if you have any words.
Thank you. Very kind words. I appreciate it. I first need to start off by thanking the team from the Undergraduate Entrepreneur Association. They have worked really hard over the last year. It does take a full year to sort of plan and manage this event, and they've reached record numbers in sponsorship, which then turns into record numbers in gifts this year. So just a real great round of applause for the UEA team. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate how hard you've worked. Like to thank our judges, David, Michael, Lenore, and Joey. I know this is a Saturday and you're donating your time and effort and your expertise, and we very much appreciate it. All of the sponsors that Avika mentioned have made this possible, but really it's Myra Unkovic and Scott and David and Michael who have been the anchor sponsors for this competition for over a decade, and without them, this wouldn't exist. This competition is truly international, and the teams that have won in the past come from top tier schools, Harvard, Brown, Princeton. We've had teams from Berkeley, we've had teams from Arizona, winners from Johns Hopkins, and many other schools. So we're really excited that you've joined us today. real winners of this competition have gone on to create real companies that exist today. So we're really excited that that may happen. We'll be following along with your success, and you are now part of the Carnegie Mellon family by virtue of you participating today. So all the resources that we have here to help you, talent, access to capital, all, please take advantage of that by communicating with us going forward. So I wish you all the best of luck. And again, thank you to the UEA team, the judges, and our sponsors, and good luck to all of you. Knock 'em dead.
Great. Thank you so much, Dave. Before we get into our keynote speaker, we have a few logistical things to go over. So each team will be giving 7 minutes for their pitch following a 5-minute Q&A session. Teams will be notified by a comment in the chat for when there's 1 minute remaining in the pitch, and that will be your signal to wrap it up. During the Q&A session, both the judges and the teams will also be notified with 1 minute remaining in the Q&A session. Since we've switched to an online version, there's really no need for the teams to stay during the whole duration of the pitching time, but please make sure that your audio, video, and screen sharing is ready at least 5 minutes before your scheduled pitch time. And if you're not speaking, please make sure that your mic is muted, since we'd really hate to interrupt either the pitchers or the speakers. I mean, this is a really new experience for all of us, so please stick with us through any technical difficulties or such. If you have any questions, feel free to ask any one of the members of the UEA. All of us have set our names to our name and also Cmu Vc team in parentheses, so you can either send us a private message or something like that. Also, if you've not already done so, please rename yourself to your team name - your first name, just so we can tell which teams have signed on and who's present and who's not present. After the event, please feel free to stay after and connect with our judges and panelists, as well as the other teams. So without further ado, the order of the pitches is Strata Rooting from Harvard University at 1 p.m. NASA DYA from the University of Illinois at Chicago at 1:13 p.m. HBAC from Case Western University at 1:26 p.m. TIL from San Diego State University at 1:39 p.m. AGOT from CMU at 1:52 p.m. Invictus Technologies from Princeton at 2:05 p.m. And then we have a judges break at 2:18 p.m. Ecostasis from University of California at 2:31 p.m. EdgeSense from Johns Hopkins University at 2:44 p.m. Repairline from University of Pennsylvania at 2:57 p.m. Cheat from Carnegie Mellon University at 3:10 p.m. CARE from University of Michigan at 3:23 p.m. and SWASET from Carnegie Mellon University at 3:36 p.m. I know these timing is a little odd, but we had to make sure everybody had 12 minutes and time to log on. Now I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker, Mark DeSantis, who's the CEO of Bloomfield Robotics. Mark? I think Mark is still logging on, but we'll just give him a couple minutes.
While we're waiting, just a quick note. Something that has changed is Invictus Technologies and Ecostasis cannot make it today. So the break will be a little bit longer for today.
Hello, this is Mark.
Yes, Mark, we can hear you.
Great, let me get settled here. Sorry about the delay. Bear with me here. So thanks for the opportunity. I thought a lot about what I wanted to talk about. And this may seem a little far afield, but I'm going to share my screen here. Can you all hear me fine?
Yep.
All right, let me check the sound here. For some reason I'm having it. Okay. So, does this image look familiar to you? You all should be, it's an iconic image from a battle that was fought a long time ago between the United States and Japan in 1945. And it's a battle called Iwo Jima. And it was a terrible battle. During that war, during that one battle on an island about the size of Washington, D.C., 20,000 Japanese soldiers perished and 7,000 U.S. Marines, sailors and soldiers died in a terrible battle. It was depicted poignantly in a film by Clint Eastwood called Flag of Our Fathers, and then there was a companion film made from the perspective of the Japanese soldier who fought in this terrible battle. This picture was taken by a gentleman who ultimately won a Pulitzer Prize and is an iconic image, mostly to Americans, but to other people around the world who were familiar with this image. It also is a very large statue in Washington, D.C. Well, just below that flag, before it was planted, or I should say while it was planted, there was a battle raging down below. And down below, there was this guy who is what's called a Navy corpsman. And in the US military, the Navy corpsman's job was to go out and get the wounded. So this gentleman, this young man who was 18 at the time, had to go out and get the wounded and bring them back to safety and take care of them, essentially risking his life to save people from dying because of the severe wounds. Not unlike the medical professionals that are doing that work right now around the world. They too are risking their lives, just like this young man did back in 1945. And in particular, he had a particularly dangerous job. He wasn't fighting a virus like the doctors and nurses are today. He was actually fighting the enemy at the time, who made a point of trying to kill the Navy corpsman, because if you can kill the Navy corpsman, you can dispirit the soldiers around them because they wouldn't feel they could be saved. It was a very difficult job, so difficult that the highest casualty rate on that island in that horrible battle, the highest casualty rate was actually among Navy corpsmen, these young men who went out and tried to save lives. This guy survived that battle. He's my dad. My dad never talked about this terrible war. He never talked about it. It's just something they did back then. It's probably not something that a lot of soldiers and sailors and Marines, anyone who faced war today does. But he did tell me one story, and it was about him being on this island. It was such a terrible battle that when he landed, there were 120 men in his company, and by the end of the second day, there were 4 still alive. He was one of them. He felt at that point as an 18-year-old, he was so scared, he told me, that to be so terrified that you literally cannot move. You're so fearful, you're so afraid that you're frozen with fear. The problem with the Navy corpsman being frozen with fear is while he's frozen with fear, other people are dying. At some point during that fear, it overtook him so much that he realized that he knew he was going to die. When he came to the conclusion that he knew he was going to die, a very strange thing happened, he said. I got up and I did my job. When I accepted that I would die on that island, I started to do my job. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid. His fear never left him, even after the war. But he came to terms with the fact that death was around the corner and that a terrible thing might happen in spite of the fact of him doing the job, which allowed him to do the job. You may be asking why in the world I'm talking about this thing that happened so many years ago in a battle long forgotten by a lot of people. And what in the world does that have to do with entrepreneurship? Because after all, that's what you invited me to talk about here. Because it has a lot to do with your mindset about being an entrepreneur. And what I mean by that is when you become an entrepreneur, you're choosing a way of life. You're not choosing a career path. You're not choosing a job. You're not trying to get another degree. It is a way of life. And with that way of life comes tremendous risk. It's unlikely that you ever risk your life trying to get your business off the ground or started and be successful. But in some sense, you are risking a life. You're risking your professional life, who you are as a person, your emotions, your reputation, your dignity. The odds are you will fail. The odds are you will, in effect, die a professional death. You guys, I'm sure, in your classes with your professors have talked about the likelihood of success of starting a high-tech company and being successful. The odds are very, very long. And the mistake that I see from young entrepreneurs, and by the way, mistakes I've made too, which is in professional sports, they call it playing not to lose. The idea that I can sort of play it safe and hedge my bets and always keep my eye towards the exit. Always careful that if it doesn't work out, at the first sign of trouble, I'm out of there. And the fact is, you cannot live your life as an entrepreneur like that. The difficult thing that entrepreneurship asks is a total personal commitment. And I'm telling you right now, that's tough. And it's particularly tough, and this is my judgment. I've been a professor at Carnegie Mellon for 20 years. It's particularly tough, in my humble opinion, just my opinion, for students that come from an elite university like Carnegie Mellon, who are used to success from hard work with clear goals and working towards those goals and getting rewarded for it with good grades and a pat on the back. Unfortunately, that's not how our entrepreneurship works. It doesn't work that way. It's too abstract. There are too many moving parts, too many variables, too many things you don't control. And what I sometimes see young people like yourself who come energetic, focused, smart, coming from an elite university, struggling with this is they can't come to terms with the possibility and prospect that this will collapse and fail miserably. And fail, I mean, where you lose everything, your money is gone, you have angry investors, the friends you brought on with you now are out of a job and are angry at you because you created the company for whatever reason. If you can come to terms with that as a likelihood, if you can come to terms with that is an outcome, and commit yourself 100%, nevertheless, you actually increase your odds of success. More importantly than increasing your odds of success, this experience of being an entrepreneur becomes the rewarding experience it should be for you. Nothing worth doing in life is easy. And this way of life as an entrepreneur is particularly difficult because of the unknowns. You know, there's a Harvard psychologist. He interviewed mountain climbers who successfully climbed K2. K2 is a vertical ascent. It's one of the most dangerous vertical ascents in the world. In fact, something on the order of 20-25% of people who attempt it actually die in the effort. And he interviewed the people who survived. And he asked them, what's your biggest fear? Death wasn't in the top three. Not getting to the top was number one. When you think of your effort, and as strange as this may sound, as silly as I'm going to word this, your biggest fear should not be that you will fail. Because you know what? Even in the worst case, and believe me, I've personally lived through the worst cases, plural, of failure, and picked myself up and dusted myself off, as the song says, and got right back into it. Because you'll always have a second chance. You'll always have a third chance, or even, theoretically, a fourth chance. So why not put your heart and head into this effort? You know, I have a friend who experienced, well-credentialed, smart guy, corporate guy, joined as an entrepreneur. And it was kind of funny because he was always talking about how much money he'd saved in his business. And I can almost imagine hearing my CFO in my current company right now saying, now here's where Mark gives all these young entrepreneurs terrible advice and tells them to spend all their money. Well, I'm not going to say that. What I am going to say is he always talked about how much money he saved and how much he was hedging his bets. And I told him very frankly, I said, you know who hedges? People with something to lose. Maybe old money people, maybe people who are newly rich and want to preserve that wealth. They hedge wisely. They spend time trying to protect that wealth because they had a hard time earning it. They want to keep it. But when you're an entrepreneur, you don't have anything to hedge. There's no point in hedging. Every instance when you hold back, every instance when somehow you think, I'm going to not take this risk because I might lose, every instance you do that, you're actually making it worse. Now you may think, well, Mark's arguing for me to just do anything and charge pell-mell into this unknown. No, I'm not asking you to do that at all. But I'm asking you to come to terms with the fact that most of your learning, most of the real learning that is now going to take place once you get your degree and decide to jump into this with both feet, whether as somebody who's founding it, as whether it was an employee, most of your learning is going to come at a very high price. I always joke that, both emotionally and psychically, I always joke that I have the most expensive MBA that anyone could ever acquire. I think it cost me around $27 million, something like that. Because that's the money that I probably misspent in my efforts to build different companies. I've had some success, but I've also had some non-success. And in that non-success, I misspent that money. At the time, I didn't know, but now I do, and I learned. And the point of that is to come to terms with that learning as you fail, perhaps not as the company fails, but even as you fail during the life of the company. And here's another thing that I would suggest, again, based on my experience, is you're going to have small failures. If I had a nickel for every time during the life of my company, then we were faced with a game-ending problem, an unrecoverable mistake that was going to destroy the company from which we would never succeed. And yet somehow we did. If I had a nickel for every time that happened, I probably could have retired many years ago and invested any number of companies with that money. You will be faced with a lot of things you've never experienced, let alone read about or heard about. And most of the challenge will be internal to you. Most of the challenges you face won't be thinking challenges. They won't be problems that are complex, too difficult for you to pull apart and understand. Most of your challenges will come from a more visceral, psychic, emotional challenge. The inability to make a call, to make a decision, because it's going to hurt a colleague perhaps, or put you in a difficult spot, or expose a judgment you made that was wrong to everybody in the company and all the investors. Most of the hard things you're going to do are not thinking technical problems. Most of the hardest things you will do will be emotional and psychic. And you have to come to terms with that. And most of those will be wrong. Most of those judgments will be wrong. And it will take its toll. It will take its toll. And the trick is, just like the medical professionals right now that are out there helping all the millions of people around the world, just like my dad did, 80 years ago, 75 years ago, is accept those failures as sort of the normal course of you trying to do a big, hard thing. There it is. So I open it up for any questions, any thoughts, any comments. Since I'm a teacher, can I ask you all questions?
So sure, but we were planning to start the pitches around 1. So
Yeah.
if we just get started.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mark, by the way.
Sure. Good luck to all of you.
Thank you. So again, back to the pitches, please make sure to check the program to check the order. I know the times are a little bit weird. The program is linked on today's event on cmuvc.com/program.pdf. And we also have it linked in the Zoom chat in the Slack that you guys should all be a part of. Following the pitches, we'll be hosting a workshop on startup legalities by MUS Law at 4 p.m. Our entrepreneurs panel is at 4:30 and the awards are at 5 p.m. Out of respect, we would like to ask all of our teams to try and be present during this time, including the workshop and the panel. Good luck, everyone.
All right, so I guess we can get started with the pitches. First up is strata routing. if you could please share your screen for pitching, and if everyone else can mute themselves or turn off their video, that would be great. As a reminder, you'll have 7 minutes to pitch, 5 minutes Q&A. You can use those timings however you want. I will be messaging the chat, the general chat, when there's 1 minute left in the pitch and 1 minute left in the Q&A, so that judges and the people pitching both know. All right, whenever you're ready, Strata routing.
All right. Can everyone see my screen and hear me and everything? Good? All right, awesome. So hi, I'm Landon Smith. I'm a sophomore studying applied math and computer science at Harvard, and I'm the founder of the AI logistics company Strata Routing. I have a huge passion for machine learning, which I've explored through graduate level math, CS, and ML courses and industry research. And after co-authoring a paper on predicting transportation costs in the fall, I realized that I could leverage my ML knowledge to solve the problems of one of the largest and least efficient industries in the country, trucking. So the US trucking industry is massive and fragmented. And though it employs 10 million workers and generates over $700 billion annually, 97% of its 500,000 motor carriers operates fewer than 20 trucks. These carriers are responsible for moving loads posted by shippers, and hundreds of millions of different loads with specific constraints are posted each year on a number of digital load boards, which are online spreadsheets with order details. Carriers find and bid on these loads by browsing boards and emailing shippers. Few shipments take an entire truck to move, so carriers attempt a process called load bundling, finding similar loads with pickup and drop-off points that are near each other to keep their trucks full and prevent empty return trips. This is extremely hard to do. Shippers receive a number of bids and respond to the carrier with the best combination of price, timing, and credentials, which can be found scattered across different government and insurance websites. This system is materially inefficient. Without consolidated data, carriers have to spend a long time selecting loads, and shippers have difficulty vetting carriers and comparing bids. Carriers have to do their bidding by hand, trying to guess their own costs and charge a premium on their service. They don't have the scale or data to build predictive models that accurately estimate how much a job will cost or what prices will allow them to undercut their competition. Most importantly, humans are terrible at optimal load bundling. Basing secondary loads around an initial job that seems pretty good is guaranteed to be inefficient. Even if carriers used algorithms to do this, these would be totally unable to handle the number of possible options. Carriers often deliver a large load without any idea of what loads to take on the return trip. As such, they accept any return job they can find, even if it's out of the way and pays only for the cost of gas. These inefficiencies are felt by everyone. Trucks are driving empty 30% of the time, amounting to a cost of $34 billion per year. Even a 1% improvement in truck routing efficiency would save 100 million human hours and 400 million gallons of fuel per year. And changes are vital to an industry responsible for 11% of national emissions. To solve these problems, Strata Routing is building an intelligent platform that automates and optimizes the bundling and bidding process across many carriers and shippers. This is how it works. Shippers input jobs with detailed constraints. We can jumpstart this process by consolidating orders across public load boards. Carriers input their desired constraints. This is as simple as uploading the desired driving hours and hourly pay for each driver and where they need to be, for example, home or a prearranged delivery at what times. These schedules can span anything from a single day to weeks. We aggregate safety and insurance data to vet these carriers extensively. And analyzing all of this data, our system finds the routing configuration that optimizes efficiency. We can create and bid on load bundles autonomously with guaranteed return jobs such that rates charged on the forward and return trip are the same. Strata Routing's platform is powered by our proprietary AI system, which uses self-play to perpetually improve routes, beating competitors on benchmarks after rapid training. We have developed a new style of reinforcement learning and a novel model architecture that can achieve unprecedented understanding of networks. This system represents several levels of development beyond the previous state of the art and has a huge competitive advantage in that it can optimize massive and high-dimensional problems instantly. To demonstrate the incredible performance of our system, we pitted it on the same scenarios against Google's OR tools, an algorithmic solver lauded as one of the best methods available. We see that Strata services produce better routings faster than state-of-the-art benchmarks. We plan to start by consolidating small carriers, directly approaching them over email or phone, who are currently competing in a high-density region. These carriers will get free access to aggregated load board data and routings that minimize competition between them and focus on undercutting their non-user competitors without taking a loss in profits. This competitive effect will pull in initial users. We'll charge carriers a small brokerage fee for loads booked through our platform. Because we will contract directly with carriers, we can vouch for their credentials. Throughout this process, we will receive pricing and transportation data generated by our users. As the strength of our predictive models improves, we will become increasingly able to automate the job of the carrier. In the end, we will be able to contract directly with drivers and operate a massive, hyper-efficient, centralized carriership. Separately, to lower the customer acquisition cost among small carriers and obtain more detailed feedback towards iterating our product, we plan to pursue contracts with larger companies that can specify a concrete logistical issue they're facing. These contracts will ask for payment contingent on demonstrated improvement and will make Strata routing profitable right out of the gate. Our service targets a massive market. We estimate a $108 billion benefit yielded by our routing system alone. This market is primed for Strata routing right now. Trucking is a labor and fuel-intensive business that is sensitive to variable cost and environmental impact. Driver pay per mile has been in a continuous 20-year increase. Logistics innovators such as Amazon put pressure on competitors to improve. Small motor carriers are beginning to experience a rapid desire to update their dated software. And our tech brings improved routings to both human and autonomous drivers, and will benefit from the added data collected by the recent push towards truck-mounted sensors. While it is widely recognized that the trucking industry needs disruption, other companies have targeted different aspects. Convoy has built a platform on which shippers and carriers can connect, but it does not optimize routings or load bundles. Additionally, it has come under fire from carriers for low rates with no added efficiency, and from shippers for not vetting carriers. DAT has built a database on which shippers can post their loads, but again, it does not give the proper tools to optimize bidding and bundling. Only Strata routing optimizes every aspect of this process. Though we were founded just a couple of months ago, Strata routing has already achieved remarkable progress. Through conversations with logistics experts and trucking executives, we have discovered many unaddressed inefficiencies that we are poised to solve. Our AI system has demonstrated exceptional performance, and we are gearing up to launch our platform over the summer. The coming months will bring detailed market research, rapid product iteration, and team expansion. In summary, Strata routing is tackling the problems of a massive industry from a fresh angle. Our technology generates better routes faster than anyone else in the industry. This technical superiority paves our entry into underserved markets, whose high dimensional constraints and dynamic nature have previously intimidated disruption. By combining our brokerage and contract business models, we will quickly dominate the fragmented for-hire trucking industry and start out profitable. Thank you for your time. It's been a privilege to share with you my vision for logistics AI that connects the dots.
All right, thank you, Strata Routing. Judges, you have 5 minutes for Q&A, starting now.
Landon, can you tell me a little bit more about what you described as the proprietary AI? What do you have by way of protection? Patent or copyright on code, or where's the protection coming on it?
So it was completely built by myself, and it's currently mostly proprietary under trade secret and copyright on the code. I don't think a patent on it would be a good idea because it would make it too public, but I'm looking at the possibility of a utility patent on the process of integrating AI into an autonomous bidding and bundling platform.
So what prohibits someone else from doing the same thing, having seen your idea? I mean, they're going to have to write their own code, but how hard is that to do? What's the barrier to entry?
It's doable, but I think the barrier to entry is shockingly high. So this does represent several very state-of-the-art developments that other people haven't made, and they would need to remake those developments, which is possible. But I think if I can quickly enough scale and apply this technology across multiple customers, it's going to get harder and harder to catch up. And I know that no one else is using a system like this right now.
So question here, how long have you been doing this? This is Lenore Blum. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, so I want to know, how long have you been working on this project?
I'm really sorry, you cut out. I didn't hear.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah, sorry
Okay,
about that.
good. I'll say closer. Yeah, I want to know how long you've been working on this project, and who have you talked to in the industry so far to see if they really want what you're doing?
Sure. So I came up with the idea in December when I was working on a final project for a graduate level machine learning course. And there I built a product that could predict the costs across different lanes in trucking. And I realized that I could use this and develop it much further to do the actual routing and bundling. So I built that in January. And now that I had that service working, I decided to, specify and, target the actual segment of trucking. So then I set up a bunch of calls with people within trucking, executives and logistics, third-party companies. I've talked with the current head of the logistics service at MasterCard, who's super excited about this. He came from 20 years of trucking, and he's offered to help set me up with other executives that he knows in the field. I just got off the phone yesterday with the head of a logistics third-party company that does a lot of work on integrating tech software. And he says that right now the market is primed for this, and that no one else is working in this field. The next step over the next month is going to be actually having a demo product and sending it directly to carriers. And I'm willing to basically let them use the service for free, because it's all about the scale and the data aggregation that lets me, deploy effective models.
Okay, thanks. That's good. Thank you.
I have a question. Is there any risk for, you mentioned you would start to do your sales outreach to smaller carriers to try and get some traction. Is there any risk for them to disrupt their existing logistics and try you out?
There's no risk for them to sign up because everything is totally optional. It's totally free to sign up. And at the very worst, they get to look at aggregated data that they don't have access to right now. And at the best, they actually start shipping with us. The biggest risk for them in the long term is that they might be concerned outsourcing so much of their business to someone who can effectively do their job in a centralized manner. But I think that the competitive effect of how much more efficiency I can bring on will incentivize them to come.
I think you cut out there.
Hello?
Yep.
I'm sorry, you just cut out again if someone said something.
Yeah, I think you cut out. You said incentivized to come. Do you want to continue there?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I think they'll be incentivized to use the service by the competitive effect that it brings, just how much more efficient these routings are. And through my conversations, one thing has become extensively clear, which is that if they can keep the wheels turning and they can make the trucks full more often than they will take reduced rates and they will outsource their business.
Quick question. How important is the data aggregation in making the service either more competitive against somebody like Google or staying ahead of them?
That's a great question. So there are two aspects of the data, and one of which isn't really necessary for the product that I have right now, and one is really beneficial for understanding the bidding and the pricing. So first of all, the routing optimization is trained in a completely simulated environment that ports shockingly well to real world situations. So I've built a model of these dynamic problems, and it can train on a million examples there and figure out how to do them in real life. Now, figuring out the market pricing, I'm going to get better and better at that as I start to aggregate more and more data. But given how much of this data is publicly available on load boards, I think I can get the models to an initial point where they're not that much worse than after I aggregate the data.
All right, we have time for one more question.
So a comment here, self-driving transportation, self-driving trucks is a really new industry. Maybe that's a good place for you to enter, or have you talked to those people?
I haven't talked to anyone there, and I have thought about it. I think it's still a little too far off because trucking is pretty resistant to change. I think it'll be a while before the trucks are widely deployed. But the absolute dream here would be autonomous trucks that are using someone else's software for local navigation and then my software for global optimization, which means that eventually if I got the data to become my own centralized carrier ship, I could run a number of autonomous trucks, which all operated in a completely no-touch policy with my software. They could drive for years just using this software.
All right, I think that's it. Thank you for Strata routing.
Thank you.
We'll give judges some time to take notes. And once you all are ready, we can get started with the next pitch.
Thanks so much, everyone.
Yep. All right, I guess we can get started with Nasadia. Are you there?
Yeah, just trying to share the screen one second.
Okay, cool. So Team Nasadia mentioned that they're having some technical difficulties with the internet, so hopefully it goes well. But if there are problems, then we can work through it. All right, whenever you're ready, you have 7 minutes to pitch. Good luck.
Awesome. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chaitanya Gulati. I'm the founder of Nasadia. And what we do at Nasadia is essentially we're building a machine that converts excess electricity into hydrogen for the energy companies using the process of electrolysis. So before I move on, I want to ask you all a simple question. How many of you call up the utilities before you switch on the lights in your room or charge your phone, or even even use the microwave? Obviously, none of you do it, and the big reason is because we expect there to be electricity whenever we need it. Just one second, I'll try to get my video on as well. Yeah, so we expect there to be electricity whenever we need it. And the reason, so one thing I really want to make clear to everyone is that the electricity as a resource, it's very in the moment sort of thing. So whenever you need it, that's when it's created. So the supply demand of electricity, it's very hard usually for it to be exact. There's usually a supply demand mismatch. And because utilities are legally bound to not underproduce, you usually end up having overcapacity there. Now, what's happening right now is because of more renewable capacity being added to the grid, which is really, really variable, the variability of the grid is getting worse, because of which the problems around overcapacity are getting worse. So now the picture you see down there, it's like the most famous problem of overcapacity. It's known as the duck curve. Essentially, what's happening is with more renewable capacity coming into people's houses, the effective demand shifts a lot during the day. And it's very hard to change the supply like that, because of which a lot of excess capacity is happening every year. Now, why overcapacity is a big issue? The biggest reason is because of the massive scale of the issue. About 70% of the energy that's generated in America is rejected. So about 100 units we generate, 70% gets rejected. And that number has only been getting worse over the years. The second big reason is the fact that it's very dangerous for the grids. Even slight excess capacity can cause massive blackouts or brownouts in the grid. So it's very important to manage it. The third big reason why excess capacity is a problem is it's very expensive to store and manage it. I'm talking about the current solutions of how excess capacity is managed. It's very inadequate, simply put. The three reasons why they're inadequate is because it's either very expensive to manage them, second, they're very bad for the environment, or third, they just cause wasted energy. I say they are very expensive is because the most common way excess capacity is managed right now is a utility is basically whenever they have excess capacity, they pay another utility to keep the energy from them. So essentially something they could make money out of, they pay somebody else to keep it because they just want to get rid of it. That's the most common way it's handled right now. The second common way is when you've got system operators, which are like government bodies that manage the entire grid, different form of generators. The first thing they do whenever there's excess capacity in the grid is they just shut down the renewable power plants because they're the easiest to shut down compared to a coal power plant or compared to a nuclear power plant. They are the easiest to shut down. So that's what happens. The third way it's handled is they just take a huge resistor and they just burn it. So all these ways are very inadequate. The solution here we have in Nasadia is very simple. You take all that excess electricity and you make hydrogen from it. Now, what essentially our value proposition here is we turn a money-losing byproduct, which is overcapacity, into a money-making co-product, which is hydrogen. So what we did at Nasadia was we identified two different sectors with different problems, and through sector coupling, we solved the problem for both of them. Now, I'm sure you're all wondering why hydrogen out of all the things that could have been done with hydrogen. The biggest reason is the demand for hydrogen is really huge. We don't realize it, but it goes into areas like petroleum refining, chemical refining, and even the silicon chips that go into your phone need hydrogen in the production process. So hydrogen is a huge demand, and it's only been growing over the years with the fuel cells and fuel cars and hydrogen fuel cars becoming really big. The second big reason is the way it's made right now. That's why I say we need hydrogen through this process of electrolysis. The way it's made right now is through a process called methane reforming, in which simply they take methane, they burn it, causing about 100 million to 500 million tons of carbon emissions, and make hydrogen along the process. The third big reason why I say we need hydrogen is because if you just take the excess capacity in America and you make hydrogen from it, you can meet the global hydrogen demand 2.5 times. And that's a big reason why you should be using it. The technology is simple. Why Nasadia is able to use electrolysis the way nobody else has done it, is simply we discovered this process of naturally compressing the hydrogen that's produced. So the biggest cost of hydrogen production is compressing the gas that you produce. So it's 65% of the cost. We basically found a way to naturally compress the gas, causing about 85% reduction in the compression losses, which brings down the total cost of production using the cleaner process of hydrogen electrolysis to 50% lower than its competitors out there. So essentially, we've gone through the ICOR process through the NSF, and these are the 4 biggest things we found our customers care the most about. The biggest thing right now they care about is it economic or not? Second thing is environmentally friendly. Third, does it actually manage the excess production? Or fourth, is it an end-to-end solution? And if you look at all the other solutions I've mentioned out there in the market, Nasada is the only one that actually goes to and manages all these better than the rest. Now, as I mentioned already, methane reforming is very bad for the environment, but it's not the reason electrolysis has not been around for a while. Like, the reason it's not being used is because of the fact that it's very expensive. But now with natural compression coming in, it brings down the cost for us. So as I mentioned, we've gone through the ICO process, and we were selected by the National Academy of Engineering last year to come down among 40 startups across America to present this thing, where we further validated our technology. So we've done experiments which basically test the core hypothesis, which is the pressure differential experiment. In the next 6 months, we want to get the SPIR funding and do some further experimenting, where we build our first MVP. Then after for some iterations on the MVP, we want to get the first pilot out, eventually going to the first production run. Our go-to-market strategy is divided into 3 big things. So the first market, we're targeting companies, integrated companies like BP, that not only have the problem of excess capacity because of the renewable production systems they have, but they are companies that need hydrogen because of the refining they have. So basically, these are the perfect customers for us because they not only have excess capacity, but they also need hydrogen. And that's why we're targeting them. So this is the process we have. Phase 2 is going to be targeting the hottest market for excess capacity, which is California, which is also right now the hottest market for hydrogen demand in US. So our phase 2 and phase 3 is going to be targeted towards that. The team right now in Nasadia is comprised of me. I go to UIUC. I'm a sophomore in systems engineering and technology entrepreneurship dual degree with a minor in power engineering. My co-founder Praneeth goes to UChicago and is studying energy economics there. Our advisor Moose Chagal has done several startups in the space of energy and is a clinical professor at UChicago Booth School of Business and is currently an advisor at Denton. So currently, we identified that we have some key holes in the team to actually build and actually get this out in the market. And these are the people we're trying to get on board. Thank you so much. At this point, this is what we're looking for. We have backing, as I said, from the Granger College of Engineering, where we were covered by the Granger College of Engineering News as well, and have presented at the Academy of Engineering or the Royal Academy of Engineering of England. Thank you so much. I would love to entertain any questions at this point. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Nasadia. Judges, you have 5 minutes to ask questions.
So you indicated that this hasn't been done before because it's very expensive, but and I think I missed it. There's something changing that makes it more practical now. And kind of a related question with that is, why aren't other people, how are you going to keep competition out at the same time if there's this opportunity that's currently existing?
Definitely. So what I mentioned was the part about natural compression. That's the proprietary part that we've discovered that actually makes the process around for a long time. There is a company called ITM Power, which has been using fuel cells as the only direct competitor of sorts we have in this space that takes excess capacity to create the hydrogen economy. But as I said, they have been focusing more on the hydrogen economy instead of the problem of excess capacity, which is where we are focused. So the part where we are better and what actually provides us this opportunity is natural compression. So that's something that we actually stumbled upon. I was working on a different startup with my team in the space of underwater breathing and diving, where we were using electrolysis systems, where we accidentally, like, one of the issues that we were facing there turned out to be the solution that became which we call natural compression, and something we will be patenting. So that is what basically provides us that added efficiency, which makes the process of electrolysis efficient. So the method that has been around right now for hydrogen production, that I said is very bad for the environment, because that just takes methane and burns it, releasing a lot of carbon dioxide. So that has nothing to do with the problem of excess capacity. So we essentially use two different sectors, couple them, and through our process, which makes electrolysis efficient, solve it for both of them. So this is sort of like a competitive landscape with the different players identified in the customer discovery process that we've gone through, and we further keep refining it and validating it.
So how,
Did I answer-
how scalable is this technology?
So essentially, it's going to be a machine. So depending upon the demand of excess capacity, as in like how much excess capacity that sector has, you can stack up the fuel cell. So in terms of like solving the problem, it's easily scalable. But looking at the scale of the market and the problem at hand, it's simply just a machine. So what we're trying to identify at this point is what kind of a business model we want to test. So we are thinking in terms of like leasing these machines to people, or do we become the sole buyers of excess capacity? So those are the different kind of business models that we are trying to see which one would be more scalable. So far, we've been more focused on just doing our customer validation, customer discovery, and doing our technical work, basically working on the machine, because the energy sector is really complex. Like in US alone, you've got around 3,000 energy generators. And obviously all of them, because of the nature of the market, face issues with excess capacity. So that there is no exact number I can put to like what the scale can be, but this is a very big issue, and everyone that I've talked to is desperately trying to find a solution at this point to excess capacity.
Yeah, I think you may have just answered my question that I have a little bit, but why not just license this process to existing hydrogen producers rather than trying to create this new market for electrolysis?
So that's definitely something that we have, as I just mentioned, is something we're trying to see which fits best for them. So I'm trying to quantify how big of a problem it is for these people. Are they like willing to actually enter a new market, or they just want to get at the excess capacity? So if I couldn't go through it really well in the go-to market because of the time shortage, but one of the big things is if you just look at like the phase 2, we've identified big players like Bechtel, which are the people utilities just tend to usually just outsource their products and everything to. Like these companies are the ones that manage end-to-end solutions for them. So we were thinking of getting into a partnership with them to get through the process where we wouldn't have to bear like the production costs and those kind of things. It would be sort of like a licensing deal. So following sort of like the model of companies that that Intel and sort have followed, of just being like Intel Inside sort of system of just licensing the technology to these big people that already have the supply chain and everything set up with these companies in the utility space. Any other questions that I could answer? The financials are here. We've got why a lot of people think about storage as being the potential solution for excess capacity, and we've outlined why that is not the right answer to this. And this is our comparative efficiency to methane reforming, which is the one system that's widely used in the market. And this is like the pricing we are we're going to go across America because of the complex ecosystem and old infrastructure and the incentives around making more renewables. The IP process is already underway. If there are any other questions, I will love.
I think we're done on time for questions. Thank you, Nasadia.
And thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity.
Judges, if you want to take some time to write down notes. And next up, we have HVAC, if you want to get ready.
Sure, I will just share my screen. All right, I think we're good to go.
Yep, I think we're good to go. All right, HVAC, you have 7 minutes to pitch. Good luck.
Thank you. So our technology, HVAC, is a smart building software that tracks occupancy in buildings to optimize heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems. By operating these systems at lower capacities when buildings aren't occupied or at lower occupancy, HVAC can save companies thousands of dollars on energy costs. So buildings account for up to 40% of the world's energy usage, and more than half of this energy is consumed by HVAC systems. So the problem is that these systems are operated inefficiently due to lack of building occupancy information, which results in wasted money and greenhouse gas emissions. So our solution to the problem is to pull Wi-Fi data from wireless access points to get the number of devices connected to a building. From this information, we can estimate building occupancy and adjust HVAC operation accordingly. By doing this, we can run HVAC at lower capacities when people aren't using facilities, like at nighttime, or especially times like right now when people are mostly working remotely.
So in this slide here, you see an actual implementation of our software at a university's library. And essentially the HVAC system at a library currently assumes maximum occupancy 24/7. And so it's operating on full blast all the time. However, when we actually pull the Wi-Fi data and built an occupancy profile, as you can see in the plot, we noticed that the occupancy never even exceeded 45% of the maximum capacity. Furthermore, from 2 a.m. to 8 a.m., we were able to identify a massive saving opportunity where occupancy was less than 5%.
Currently, Case Western's main campus library, the Kelvin Smith Library, has airflow running for max occupancy at all times. This produces an annual cost of $195,600. Based on occupancy data, by reducing airflow overnight and over breaks where occupancy is especially low, there could be $84,300 in savings, which is a 43% reduction in annual HVAC costs.
We consider our software to be part of the smart building market, which is growing at a very large rate of 31.6% annually, because our software is helping energy efficiency, which is a major component of building a smart building. The market size that we estimated for buildings in Ohio alone reaches over $1 million. And when we combine that with our target customers across the United States as a whole, we estimate a very large market size of $3.5 billion.
So with regards to competition, most of the other softwares out there in the market, they track energy in meters and they analyze the actual energy consumption of building and use factors such as weather to optimize HVAC. And while weather is really important, occupancy is our key distinguishing factor, which other software, our competitors don't use. And other softwares out there need to make inferences or make guesses about what the occupancy is. We are combining our software solution with a hardware solution to get a concrete estimate on the occupancy in the building. And this is what sets us apart.
We intend to target customers such as universities like our own and Case Western, as well as corporate campuses, which is a brand new type of campus model that a lot of big companies are using nowadays. By starting in Ohio, we intend to gradually reach out to companies at a broader market. In terms of how we make our money and how our customers make their money, we intend to take a small portion of the savings that our software can give a company.
Currently, we've been focusing on individualized consulting, developing the software, and cultivating relationships at Case Western. In 2 to 4 years, we plan on deploying our software based off validation and testing with partners, and we plan to expand our customer base to include universities across Ohio. In 5 years, we hope to have a software as a service and expand our market to include universities and corporate campuses across the United States.
So as mentioned in our business model, we essentially make money by taking a small percentage of our customer savings. And so in order to promote long-lasting relationships, we incentivize customers to sign up for longer lengths of subscriptions by charging lower service fees for longer contracts. And so we were able to produce a revenue model by making a few simple assumptions. So first of all, we assumed that our customers subscribe to a 5-year contract. And much like you saw in the value proposition, we assume annual savings worth $80,000 per building. Finally, we assume that a single customer constitutes a university with 10 such buildings. And so based on that, we were able to build a revenue model, which is shown in the plot on the right. And you can see that 5 years from now, we project revenue in excess of $11 million.
Thanks, Riaz. So HVAC has actually come a long way since we first came together in September of last year. We've taken a novel idea and developed into a feasible business solution, which we save our customers energy and money. We have sought help from multiple sources on campus. University Technology actually provided us with the data which we perform our analysis on. We've also taken steps through meeting with energy specialists on campus. It's through these meetings that we've received feedback on how to improve our business model. And it's through these meetings that we actually came up with the idea of having set points and developing the software for the buildings. We have also begun the process of acquiring data in other buildings besides KSL, such that we can expand our presence on campus, and this will actually strengthen our proof of concept for future customers and investors. At HVAC, it's important to get feedback and collaborate with others and to listen. This is why we are continuing to apply to pitch competitions so that we can hear input on what our business is doing well and what can be improved and what types of things we may not have considered. This feedback is very important for us developing as engineers and HVAC into developing into a more feasible business. This leads us right into our very last slide where we discuss our team. I've known Ben, Shreyas, Davin, excuse me, and Julia for more than several months now, and I can attest to their intelligence and their commitment to this team. I mean, if you look around at the team, there's environmental studies, engineering, data science. We have partners working in Tesla at Parker. So we're the right people to take this idea and turn it into a real business. Thank you.
All right, thank you, HVAC. Judges, you have 5 minutes for Q&A.
I have a quick question about security. Tapping into a big organization's Wi-Fi, have you guys addressed any type of security vulnerabilities that could come from that? Or you being a fresh, brand new company, how do you address that or keep a potential client safe?
So at HVAC, we really value privacy. And so in order to protect our customers and the users, we don't store any identifying data. So the data we received is anonymized. That is, we do not require data with any MAC addresses or any personally identifying information. And so all the data is simply based on number of clients and number of people connected to routers and or access points. And so that way we're able to preserve the privacy of the people using our software.
Question here, how accurate is the data that you're inferring about occupancy? Because a lot of people just leave on their smartphones, leave on a lot of their stuff all the time, and they may be sleeping and it's still, all this Wi-Fi is being used. So how accurate is the information? And the other question is a little different. What is your competition? Has nobody else done something like this before? Okay.
Thank you for the question. And in terms of accuracy, so we have validated our results. And in order to do that, what we did was at our library, we compared our Wi-Fi data with the card swipe data. So that's actually, so when anyone enters the building, they have to swipe their card and they're logged in. So when we were able to compare the data and we found a very strong correlation and we could perform a linear regression and get a coefficient out of that. And so that gave us an reasonably accurate measure for converting between number of devices connected to actual occupancy. And that was also a means for validating our software. And with regards to competition, most of the competition really, it focuses on simply analyzing metadata. So a lot of the focus really is on weather, because weather is another driving factor for HVAC. So it's primarily based on analyzing only the meter level data and using data analytics at that level. With regards to occupancy, what people are doing out there is mostly using sensors and that sort of stuff, which is a lot more invasive. So we haven't really seen anybody using Wi-Fi as a non-invasive means of really easily pulling this occupancy data and using this additional factor in addition to whatever else is being used to optimize HVAC.
You just described a validation with the library. So that's with people coming and going, permanent residents. Does that validation work in a residential setting?
So currently we have, so our software is not targeted towards a residential setting at the moment. The reason being we require a wireless enterprise network system, which is typically not found in residences. So really our target is large campuses that have large networks. So then only are we able to pull this data because we need a wireless network management system.
I'm just so, I'm familiar with my own building in the summertime, physically turns off the HVAC on the weekends and will shut it down at a certain point in the evening. You've got to pay to turn it on. I mean, isn't there a more practical way for users just to put it on a clock, if you will, knowing that you have a greater range of activity when the doors are open, and when you shut it down, there's just no one there using it?
So the tricky part to that is unless you have a good idea of what the building occupancy profile is, it really is hard to optimize, because, for example, especially at universities, in a library, students are in almost all the time. Sometimes you'll see them at 3 a.m. Sometimes you could see them anytime. And so this really varies. And so what we actually found was that this also varied by day of week. And so for a lot of buildings, especially at universities, this needs to be highly tailored. And so there were a lot of missed opportunities because of the high variability. They just assumed 100 occupancy just to be safe. And so knowing actually how many people are in the building really helps in terms of controlling your ventilation, and there's a massive saving opportunity right there.
All right, I think that's it for all the questions. Thank you, HVAC. Judges, you have a little bit of time to write down some notes. And next up, we have Till. So if Till wants to get ready while the judges write down notes, that'd be great.
Yes, we're on it. Thank you.
Hey. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. Me too.
I'll let you know when to start.
Can you see our screen sharing okay?
Yep, your screen looks good on my end.
Good.
All right, you have 7 minutes to pitch. Good luck.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Davis, Till, and myself, Till. We all worked in the restaurant industry, and especially Till and me worked there our whole lives. And I personally remember so many nights when we had to toss pounds and pounds of food away. That always annoyed me. But when I would go home later and see people out there struggling to afford a warm meal, it broke my heart. So we looked deeper into the problem of food waste, and we found out that actually 1/3 of the worldwide produced food gets wasted, and that this equals over $160 billion in potential revenue loss every year only in the US, and plays a huge role in the climate change. Another big problem is that studying in the US can be very expensive. So a lot of students are living on a tight budget and sometimes struggle to afford themselves good, healthy meals. Another huge problem we see is that A lot of small and medium-sized restaurants are struggling to break even every month. So they don't spend money on customer acquisition or marketing, which makes the situation even worse. All of those are major problems, but we believe that behind every big problem, there's a huge opportunity. This is why we created Till. Till is a discount meal platform where restaurants sell their surplus food instead of tossing it away. So how would that work? Imagine you're all restaurant owners and you'll close your restaurant in 2 hours. At this point, you'll have approximately 10 dishes left. You put them in our app and give a big discount of 50, 60, 70% instead of tossing it away. I, as a customer, see that there's a great deal close to me available. I purchase in the app and come to your restaurant to pick it up. By doing this, everybody wins. You as restaurant owners are not only cutting your losses on food waste and increasing your revenue, but you're also increasing your customer base. Why? Because 7 out of 10 people will come back to purchase for full price later on. So let's have a look at the market here. We have a two-sided marketplace. On the one hand, we have over 310,000 restaurants in the US offering pickup sales already. We think that the early adopters amongst them would be food prep heavy restaurants such as buffet-style restaurants. But we're also well aware that our system is not limited to restaurants. We're also looking at bakeries, cafes, and even grocery stores and hotels to implement our system. On the other hand, we have the customers. We think that the 20 million students in the US are our early adopters, especially the 14 million of them taking out student loans, which means they're living on a very tight budget.
Let's take a look at our business model. So we would take a small commission of every sale made through our app of 30%. The restaurant would get 70% extra revenue at no risk, at no cost. And that's not all. They would get additional customers, a better brand reception, and sustainability for their business. And we, on our side, gonna donate 5% of our profits to people in need to give back to community. We do have competition. We have one big indirect competitor in Europe with Too Good To Go. They're making over $100 million annually in revenue, but they have no further plans to expand to the US. And we have Food for All and Go Market on the East Coast. They're kind of copying the model of Too Good To Go and are like kind of a movement against food waste and selling leftovers. We want to start the whole thing on the West Coast, and we want to differentiate through our different branding and a different marketing approach. We don't want to sell leftovers because we found that a lot of people don't think that's attractive. We want to bring very good deals on perfectly fresh and edible food.
So we're currently participating in the Zip Launchpad, which is a startup incubator on our campus at San Diego State University. And we went through the first phase, which was E-Track, and we finished as the best team and got an award for the best idea. So while we were in E-Track, we conducted over 70 interviews with restaurants all around San Diego. Some of them were in Pacific Beach area. Some of them were right near campus. And over 50 restaurant owners were really interested in partnering with us. We also have a fully developed alpha version of our app that's ready for the App Store. And we had a really successful pilot just a couple of weeks ago. Let's talk about our alpha version. So our alpha version is data-backed, and it's not just a mock-up. It's completely ready for download on the App Store. And we have our own in-house app developer that's really passionate and driven. We just recently had a pilot at East African cuisine restaurant, and it went fantastic. The owner of the restaurant said that they would have around 10 dishes to sell at the end of the day as surplus. And we ended up selling 13 out of their 10 dishes, all of their food that they had in the restaurant, we sold out. We also had 7 brand new customers attend the restaurant who had never eaten there before, and they said they would use it again. So this really proved that our app would work as a customer acquisition tool, in addition to just providing fantastic deals.
So our goal for March was to be done with our alpha version. We did that, and in addition to that, we wanted to go out and conduct a lot of pilots. We ended up only doing one, but right now we're searching for new solutions to continue with our pilots. And because the situation right now, as all of you know, is a little different. And we still hope to launch as soon as May 2020 to get our app out on the market. And we want to launch in San Diego, and San Diego for a reason. San Diego is home to 3 major universities and has a very diverse and big student life. And we want to concentrate on social media marketing, event promotion, and student promotion. We know that right now there is literally no event and less student life, so we want to shift all of that a little into the direction of social media marketing, and want to get the app as well known as possible in that short amount of time. Let's take a look at our team. So we got every area covered with people in app development, business development, operations, or the creative sector. But that's not all. We have strong mentors behind us with entrepreneurs like Tanya Hertz, Kim King, or Giacomo Pizzugini, who's a restaurant chain owner in San Diego, just to name a few.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're living in the age of climate change awareness and food waste. So the perfect time to start is right now, Till, because every dish counts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Till. Judges, you have 5 minutes for Q&A.
So I have a question. It's not clear to me how you are reselling this, or how the leftover or excess food is being sold. Is it so that at the end of the day, the restaurant opens up for this discounted food, or what?
Okay, so the basic idea is that if you know you'll close soon and you know you'll have leftovers, you can put them in our app or over our website and make them available for purchase. So I would go onto the app and see, oh, in the last 2 hours in your restaurant, there's still food available for a discounted price. So I pay in the app and I come to your restaurant to pick it up.
Okay, so I pick it up. I don't eat it there. I just like it to go service.
Yes, it's just to pick up. This is also important aspect because on the pickups, the profit margins for the restaurants are the highest because you don't have to pay the rent and waitress and so on.
Okay.
In terms of your case study that you had, when you say you marketed it through Instagram, did you use the existing client's Instagram base, or did you take out Instagram ads on your own dime to push those meals?
Sure. So we didn't spend any on marketing. We marketed through various Instagram pages at SDSU. So they tagged our Instagram page advertisement. For example, we marketed on the Sustainable San Diego State University Instagram page and the Green Fest Instagram page on our campus. And so it was all natural, no paid advertising.
Yes, and we did that because we wanted to start lean. But recently last week we got a big fund granted. So we can also pay ads on our own in the future for more pilots.
You think you'll be able to do like 10 case studies at once and try to allow those restaurants to market it to their base so that it's a little more, so that a case study is more scalable?
Yes, we think that we should be able to. So we have one partner who has a chain of 6 restaurants, and he already agreed to do a pilot with us. And then we have several other restaurants who are just waiting in the pipeline, and we just figuring out right now how to start it in this situation.
You mentioned competition on the East Coast. Is that competition expanding? Are they coming your way?
So they have no further plans right now. So basically right now they're operating in Boston and New York. They just recently expanded to New York. So I think to go to the West Coast will take some more time for them if they plan to. But right now there are no plans announced.
And they're in the market for several years, so they're not growing fast. It's pretty slow. Not to bash them, they're doing good.
What's keeping them from scaling and moving to the West Coast?
So what we believe is that their approach is basically the same approach as Too Good To Go is doing, which is kind of good, but we don't think that they really looked at the American market and how the American market is working and how the American people are seeing things. Because when we started the whole thing, we thought that's a good idea. And then we went out and doing customer interviews as well. And then we found is that all of the people we asked almost said that they really don't want to eat leftovers because they were thinking of like stuff which gets back on the plate and things like that. So we think the different marketing approach might be the problem.
So yeah, they're pretty much stuck in the segment of students because students don't care too much about eating leftovers for a good price. But we want to reach the whole possible customer market. So we're gonna find the fine line between discount, good deals, and sustainability.
Yeah, and just to make it clear, we're really just driving traffic right at the end of the restaurant's business day to make sure that they sell all of their meals. So it's really not leftovers. It's perfectly great food just at the end of the day.
Any other questions, judges? We have time for one more quick question.
How much money would you have made with those pushing those 10 dishes at that one restaurant?
So the original price for the dish we sold was $8. We sold it for $4, and we would have taken 30% commission. So for one restaurant, it's not too much, but we're only talking about one night. So let's say we have 10 restaurants one night, or we have 100 restaurants one night, 360 days a year. So it adds up pretty quick. We have forecasts with like hundreds restaurants in the millions annually.
All right, I think that's it. Thank you very much, Till.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Good.
Yep. And next up is Agat. Do you want to get ready while the judges write down some notes?
You see everything all right?
Yep, we can see. Are you guys ready?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Agat, you have 7 minutes to pitch. Good luck.
Hi, we're Agat, and we're building the restaurant of the future. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that a lot has changed in the multi-unit food service space as a result of COVID-19. There's been a huge shift to mobile and web ordering, and this opens a huge opportunity for us to use our current tech. We'll talk more about this in the Q&A, but for now, we're still on track for our cashier automation once the virus subsides, and this is what we'll be discussing primarily today. So I'm Alex. I'm a graduating senior at the CMU School of Computer Science. My co-founder, Evan, is an alumnus of CMU SES as well. He graduated this past May. We both TA'd graduate level AI coursework in addition to our classes, internships, and research. And that helped us learn a lot of skills that we use at Agat every day. So Agat is an AI-powered restaurant manager that's able to see everything at once and use this data for a variety of use cases, powering the restaurant of the future. You know, in the restaurant of the future, I shouldn't have to worry about waiting in line, receiving an incorrectly prepared order, or pulling out my wallet to pay. Ideally, an AI has watched what's happened and carefully choreographed all the operations from food prep to checkout so that everything happens smoothly. And right now, restaurants are relying on skilled human managers, but this requires basically good staffing. And on top of that, managers can't see everything that's happening in a restaurant. There's simply too much going on. So for our first application, we're doing cashierless checkout, which addresses a couple problems that restaurants have, which are cashier bottlenecking and human error, specifically in SME and enterprise limited service make-line restaurant chains. These customers include brands like Chipotle, Subway, Panda Express, restaurants where food is ordered and then you're rung up by a cashier at the end of the line. And so what happens is these cashiers bottleneck the lines and can decrease sales and cause revenue slippage by charging inaccuracies. So for instance, if you go to Chipotle and you don't get charged for guac, you aren't going to correct the cashier. But if you do when you didn't have any, you are. So this really hurts restaurants' bottom line. In addition, every 7-second decrease in average service time corresponds to a 1 to 3% market share increase. And a 5-person long line can decrease traffic by 50%. Agat can decrease the service time by more than 35 seconds. And these things are really important because a lot of these brands do a large majority of their volume at 2 times a day, the lunch rush and the dinner rush, where lines can really get long and people will basically just walk by. Our solution watches and tracks what and how much was served in each meal from each bin, we automatically enter the order into the point of sale system upon completion, eliminating the need to manually ring up the order and the strict need for a human cashier. This eliminates the bottleneck and enables the restaurant to increase sales and accuracy while saving labor costs. Our machine learning proof of concept has been deployed in Sushi Fuku that you see on screen right now for 10 months, basically allowing us to validate the technology and develop some of the functionality. A full installation from labeling to hardware to labor and activation costs is less than $1,800, and it lets us build a completely stateful representation of the store. And what that lets us provide multiple use cases to the client restaurant. The solution we're building has amazing unit margins. Brands have a willingness to pay of $2,000 monthly, leading to over 90% unit margins per store. This type of AI-powered understanding of restaurants is in huge demand right now. We're in senior level pilot discussions with a number of large brands, and we'll be accepting payments live in our pilot customer, Sushi Fuku, as soon as they're allowed to reopen for walk-in traffic. There are other people applying computer vision to restaurants, but they're very use case specific. Our solution is general and solves checkout for a new market segment. Some startups apply the general model approach to retail stores like Amazon Go and Standard Cognition. However, the technical problems in the food service space are much different, allowing us to be market ready much sooner. This market is a land grab. The first mover will get the contracts and the deployments necessary to gather data that covers the edge cases to train the best-in-class AI models. And additionally, deploying one computer vision product to a store makes us the logical provider for additional solutions, which we can either contract or build ourselves. So far, we've deployed in 2 stores in our pilot customer, Sushi Fuku, in Pittsburgh. We validated the technology in terms of accurately classifying the orders. And we actually just raised a pre-seed and are looking to close some large chain pilots in the next few months. We have great support from our network of investors, including CMU's Jim Schwartz, the Hustle Fund Alumni Network, serial food service entrepreneurs such as Michael Joseph, and our amazing McGinnis mentor, Michael Donahue. Get that there. I'll speak now a bit about the changes that the COVID-19 virus has caused for the direction of our business. Right now, we are looking at more heavily marketing our order accuracy validation product, which essentially it watches the orders being prepared and ensures that they are being correctly prepared relative to what was ordered online. And I believe that's all the time that I have.
Thank you, Agat. Judges, you have 5 minutes for Q&A.
You mentioned this is this could potentially be a SaaS platform. Is there a self-installation component, or do you envision a restaurant being able to self-install, or does it always require setup by your team?
Yeah, so excellent question. The ease of installation was a very important point for us. We made sure to make it as simple a solution as possible. So far for our existing solutions, we've installed them ourselves in a time about 2 hours, but we designed everything so that it can be, depending on the restaurant, either installed by the operator or an electrician, with being able to do minimal wiring and for us to be able to determine the camera placement remotely.
during COVID-19, actually, one of our pilot customers that is piloting the online order accuracy is going to be doing the installation themselves remotely. So it's totally self-installable.
It seems to me that this technology can be used for multiple purposes, not just restaurant food, and particularly even now with online ordering of many things. So have you thought of other possible markets?
Yes, we have. So we have a few slides on other potential applications, and it's certainly our intent to offer a variety of applications using the same camera system and kind of underlying AI. So, for instance, the bagging supervisor to increase accuracy of online orders, potential food waste reduction applications by monitoring what's being reduced and providing strategies for reducing that waste, and other potential future applications like the nutritionist. In these restaurants, you can have different quantities and very unique combinations of these things, and sometimes it's not very easy to actually get the nutritional information, but by kind of watching what was actually in the particular meals, we can provide that to customers quite easily.
We see one of our differentiators as being really focused on the food service vertical, though, because understanding exactly what's going on in a restaurant is something that we think is a challenging problem that will be able to get a data set that allows us to cover the edge cases and be the best in class AI for this problem.
Have you done anything to look at possible IP protection or patent protection for the AI and the computer vision?
Yeah, so we're patenting the process of the installation and everything, but we see our IP protection primarily being the data moat of covering the edge cases more than pure patent protection.
Does this system seem to work better for the like the fast food service restaurants where you sort of have this assembly line preparation, or can it be adapted to other sorts of restaurants as well?
So right now we are specifically targeting assembly line style restaurants. There are a number of constraints that are convenient that we can apply in that segment, and it is a rather large segment in itself. But these methods can be applied to other types of restaurants as well.
So you have a pretty impressive list of potential investors. What is your investment situation right now?
Evan, do you want to take?
Supporter?
Sure, yeah. So all of these investors on this slide have invested in our pre-seed. They're not potential investors, to clarify. So we're raising a $500,000 pre-seed in the short term, and we have about—
You're raising what? Excuse me, I didn't get that.
We're raising a $500,000 pre-seed. Okay. Of that, I think around 350,000 is filled. We have 150,000 remaining, and we've been selective about our investors. So we're focusing on raising from people who either have access to large capital networks, like folks like Jim Schwartz, or people who have serial food service experience, like Michael Joseph, who actually sold Green Chef to HelloFresh for several $1 billion and has several other food service startups and restaurant tech startups, or founders like Alex Fishman, who have done computer vision in retail or food spaces before. I think his was a wine-related computer vision startup.
Yes.
All right, I think that's it for Q&A. Thank you, Agat.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So right now what's going to happen is we're going to have our break. We had 2 teams that unfortunately weren't able to make it today. So we're going to have our break now until 2:45. And that team will be EdgeSense from Johns Hopkins. So you're welcome to just go eat lunch or something until 2:45, and then we'll pick back up then.
Sounds good.
Good. All right, can everyone hear me?
Yep.
All right, cool.
I'm good.
So if all the judges are here, just want to double check. Judges, can you turn on your camera if you're here? You can turn it back off afterwards if you want.
Trying. Mine says I can't start because the host has stopped it.
I have no idea what that means because I'm the host and I haven't stopped anything. Yeah, I can't. I'm not able to manually turn on yours either.
Mark, you don't even show up as a host.
Oh, I'm not a host now?
No, Sneaky does.
Oh, okay.
Oh, did you unhost yourself?
No, I haven't changed my anything at all.
You're a co-host now, you're good.
Okay, cool. Can you? Okay. Oh, stage back. Okay, cool.
You
All
lose
right,
your host privileges.
All right, I guess we can get started with EdgeSense if you're ready.
Yep.
Sure.
All right, EdgeSense, whenever you're ready, you have 7 minutes to pitch. Good luck.
All right, cool. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right. Hello, we are EdgeSense from Johns Hopkins, and our goal is to improve post-operative breast cancer care. 150,000. That is the number of women undergoing breast tumor removal every year. Now, this procedure is followed by radiation of the resulting cavity, which ideally kills all cancer cells. However, this radiation is currently severely inaccurate due to difficulties in visualizing the cavity, especially in cases where breast reconstruction is also performed. Now, this leads to the destruction of healthy tissue and the incomplete removal of cancerous cells, ultimately resulting in a higher likelihood of cancer recurrence. In fact, without recurring treatment, the rate of cancer recurrence within 5 years increases by more than 10%, and these patients are then forced to undergo yet another tumor removal surgery. So our technology is an elastic net marker that provides clear visualization of the tumor cavity to radiation oncologists. And it does this by lining the entire surface area of the cavity. So in stage 1, you can see the cavity immediately after the tumor is resected. In stages 2 and 3, our net marker is placed into the cavity. And in stage 4, our net marker is securely stapled with 6 distinct lettered clips and stretches to accommodate any tissue movement. Now, this aligns with the current workflow and will not add any additional time because surgeons are presently stapling surgical clips to localize the cavity. And finally, in stage 5, the breast can be imaged on CT, and the marker which represents the cavity can be detected very easily. By allowing for more aggressive treatment in high-risk areas, the cost associated with excess radiation will be reduced, as will the rate of cancer recurrence, ultimately decreasing the number of women that are forced into undergoing multiple tumor removal surgeries. So using a combination of a cost-based and competition-based model, we plan on pricing our product at a modest $800 as a single-use device. And by holding our production cost to $80, we will make a gross profit margin of 90%. Our business model will be structured as B2B, where we will sell to hospitals and surgical centers through a strong sales force. And based on total attainable market analysis, we have identified a global market of 1.4 million lumpectomies valued at $1.1 billion. So we have segmented our total available market of 1.4 million global lumpectomies into our serviceable addressable market of 150,000 lumpectomies just in the US, valued at $120 million. And we've also further identified our beachhead or serviceable obtainable market of 22,500 lumpectomies with breast reconstruction, valued at $18 million. We've also fully validated the need for our technology by engaging with 50+ surgical oncologists, radiation oncologists, and plastic surgeons. And this has allowed us to establish a network of early adopters for our product. We've also filed a provisional patent on our lettered surgical staple technology, as well as raised $3.5K that we are currently using for material optimization.
To take our product to market, we'll follow a 4-pronged strategy culminating with scaled national sales. By Q3 2020, we'll enter a vet pilot where we'll demonstrate our device's efficacy in pig tissue, and from that we'll optimize our design controls and move into a clinical pilot where we'll show our device's integration into the clinical workflow. From there, we'll move into a clinical pivotal study where we'll be focused on providing evidence-based patient safety outcomes so that we can gain the necessary FDA approval. And we'll pursue this through a 510K pre-market approval process based on predicate devices, just to simplify any regulatory barriers. By 2023, we should be well poised to make those first sales to our network of early adopters who represent 10 regional clinics. This network is made up of clinicians that we've already established relationships with through our advisors and market validation. After showing success with these early adopters, we'll then use sales reps to pitch our device nationally to clinics and ultimately achieve scaled volumetric growth. Moving on to our competitor landscape, we've worked with clinicians to carefully craft 5 main need criteria that any solution in this space must have, and this is shown in the table. As you can see, our competitive advantage lies in EdgeSense's ability to provide full visualization of the tumor cavity and also the ability to differentiate between the 6 margins of the tumor bed in a competitively priced device that's ultimately going to be comfortable for our patients. This graph shows our projected revenue streams, starting from 2023 when we'll be making our first sales. We expect to capture our serviceable obtainable market of reconstructive breast cancer patients by 2026 with a projected revenue of 18 million, after that, which will continue to scale. So we believe we're the right team to take on this challenge because we have the resources and commitment needed to improving breast cancer care. We have a combined 10 years of experience in medical device design and with other breast oncology startups that are now in clinical trials. We're also really lucky to be guided by a diverse team of clinicians at the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, including surgical and radiation oncologists, plastic surgeons, and business advisors. We also have the support of medical physicists who are guiding us more with our product development and technical specifications. Our advisors have successfully launched several medical devices in the surgical oncology space, so with their support and experience, we're well poised in our venture. Our main ask is $6,000 in non-dilutive grant funding to validate an MVP, along with $2,500 in legal services to file a utility patent on our tech. We plan to use the first $1,500 to complete our prototyping under already formulated design constraints, and then we're going to use the majority of the funds to test and validate our MVP. Our testing will primarily be done benchtop in animal tissue, and we'll validate this with our clinicians to ensure proper function of our device and to make sure that it's doing what they need it to do. We expect to be refining our design constraints and prototype based on this validation to prepare for successful clinical trials. We'd like to thank the Carnegie Mellon UEA for sponsoring this competition and just being so resilient moving the event online, giving us the opportunity to still learn from everyone here. And we'd also really like to thank the judges for giving up your afternoon to provide us all with feedback. With that, we'll be happy to take any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, EdgeSense. Judges, 5 minutes for Q&A.
Can you tell me a little bit more about your provisional patent, how that relates to the competitive edge that you described?
Pascal, I think your mic's on mute.
Sorry about that. So we filed a provisional patent on the lettering technology that is used for these lettered staples that allows the mesh to be stapled to the fatty tissue of the breast, as well as the mesh itself. So this allows us to have the full visualization of the cavity, as well as the differentiation so that surgeons and radiation oncologists are able to tell between these 6 margins. And this, in terms of novelty, this is a very different type of device in this space. All of these other competitors use devices that essentially look at pinpoints in space. So on CT, the radiation oncologist would only be able to see the certain points where the staple is, but not the full three-dimensional edge of the cavity. And by having this mesh as part of our device, the web is radiopaque, so a radiation oncologist can see it on CT, and then that allows them to target radiation that not only takes into account these 6 different points in space, but the full three-dimensional volume of the cavity.
So on your competitive landscape there, you mentioned other fiducial markers. Is your differentiation simply the lettering?
Our differentiation is in 2 aspects. One, it's the lettering, which makes it different from Biosorb, because while Biosorb is an implantable device that provides not lettering, but surgical clips that allows the surgeon and radiation oncologist to see 6 different points in space. Our letter technology is visible on CT, which then lets the radiation oncologist know which clip corresponds to which side of the tissue, basically. For example, if they're needed to target a boost to, let's say, the lateral side of the tumor, they'd be able to see the clip correspond to the lateral side. So that's one aspect of our novelty that makes it different from these other solutions. And the other aspect is having this added web that provides three-dimensional, volumetric three-dimensional marker, which none of these devices currently have in this space, and is a very new idea in this field to allow targeted boost treatment.
So you're all undergraduates, I presume. Who
Yes.
developed this technology?
Yeah, so we developed the technology in partner with the main clinical author on this project, which is Dr. Habibi.
So your fields of undergraduate work is what? Well, what's your area?
All of our fields is biomedical engineering. We're all biomedical engineering students.
Okay.
What do you anticipate your cost needs to be by the time you reach the 510K?
Can you repeat that first part one more time, please?
Looking down the road, so you talked about your current need of 6,000 and trying to cover the patent process, but the B2B stage involved going through trials and then eventually a 510K.
Right.
What do you project as your cost need through that path?
Sure. So looking at our projections of cash flow, there's a few different things that we're going to need. So first we'll need a biocompatibility trial, which we estimate will be about $120,000 to ensure that the materials that we're using, while they've already been proven for biocompatibility, the FDA would require them to be done again to make sure our manufacturing process aligns with that. So that's the first step. And then we would need an additional $1 million that would encompass our clinical pilot and our clinical pivotal. So the pilot would be 250,000 and the pivotal would be 750,000. Our trajectory and hope is to use non-dilutive funding through the Maryland Innovation Initiative, which some of our team members have successfully obtained from other startups in the past to fund our pilot. And then we would look towards dilutive funding to fund our clinical pivotal trial of $750,000.
All right, I think that's pretty much it for questions. Thank you, EdSense.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Repair Lane. That team wants to get ready while the judges write down some notes. All right, looks like we're ready to go. Repair lane, you have 7 minutes. Good luck.
All right, thank you so much. Hi, my name is Chelsea, and these are my teammates, Cindy, Josh, and Michael. We're University of Pennsylvania students, and we're Team Repair Lane. So imagine coming home from a long day of work. You're looking forward to relaxing with a nice glass of wine, and you head downstairs to grab your corkscrew, and are instead treated to the sight of this. Your basement completely flooded. Situations like these are too common, and they can usually be attributed to a single cause, a broken metal pipe.
In fact, there's over 14,000 cases of water damage every single day, and 98% of basements suffer water damage at some point in their lifetime. And this is because of the problems that arise from metal pipes. 70% of metal pipes require maintenance, and this amounts to costs of over $276 billion in piping repairs in a year.
So this video demonstrates the science behind Repair Lane. Working with the PICO Lab, which owns the intellectual property behind the science, we've developed an innovative, patentable delivery device that utilizes the science to repair metals on the spot. What we have created is Repair Lane, and as we've established, Repair Lane addresses a massive market potential. To use Repair Lane, a plumber simply secures the device to the area of defect and turns the switch on. After 4 hours, the device may be removed and the metal will be fully restored. Repair Lane is made of a flexible, waterproof silicone material, so it can be applied to any metal profile with Velcro straps. Thus, Repair Lane is not only cost-effective, with a production cost of only $4.56, but it's also a permanent fix, it's safe and reliable, and it has a simple setup. For a more detailed look into our financials, please refer to the cost and revenue models in our addendum. So a bit about how Repair Lane works. First of all, 4 grade D batteries supply an electrical current that drives the reaction. Second, the source metal serves as a metal ion source, diffusing metal ions into the hydrogel. Third, the metal ions flow directly to the area of failure through the hydrogel. And fourth, metal is plated directly onto the defect, repairing the metal. Repair Lane works with most metals, including copper, which is in more than 80% of piping in homes in the US. Repair Lane is opposed to the current solutions on the market, welding and epoxies.
Current metal repair solutions fail in either cost, quality, safety, or simplicity. Welding is expensive, with prices ranging anywhere from $500 to $2,500 for a single weld. For that price point, it delivers an effective repair, fusing pieces of metal together. But it is neither safe nor simple to set up, with proper safety precautions necessary and vast amounts of tools and energy needed. Epoxies are affordable for everyday homeowners. However, they result in low-quality repairs that frequently need to be retouched or replaced entirely. But they are safe and simple to use. Repair Lane, however, checks all the boxes. It's just as affordable as an epoxy, while providing a better quality repair than a weld by preserving the structural integrity of the metal. And it's just as safe and easy to use as any epoxy. Looking at the repair market, it can be broken down into 3 distinct segments: do-it-yourself homeowners, repair companies, and individual plumbers. Looking at the homeowner segment, only 30% of homeowners classify themselves as do-it-yourself enthusiasts, and only 60% of homeowners undertake more than one project a year. Repair companies generate the bulk of their revenues from large-scale repairs, and this typically consists of complete overhauls, replacing or upgrading parts rather than repairing them. However, individual plumbers represent a unique market opportunity. 70% of homeowners have hired a plumber in the last year for metal-related repairs specifically, and plumbers spend 43% of their revenue on repair products and tools. Having talked with local plumbers in our areas and experts in the home renovation field, there is interest in redefining the way we repair metals.
So this is how we plan to achieve reaching our individual plumbers, which is our key target segment. The first is brand positioning Repair Lane as an industrial grade company, and specifically focusing on marketing so that Repair Lane is established as a trusted professional repair company. And also we plan to differentiate ourselves based on cost, because our cost per unit is only $4.56. Second, we plan to demonstrate our product not only at trade shows, but also at big box retailers such as Home Depot and Lowe's, so that repairers who come can see how effective Repair Lane is. And last, we plan to give out free trials. And we have allocated around $4,000 a year in doing so that the cost
is only shipping for the professionals. Professionals will get to see for themselves how great of a product RepairLane is, and we're confident that it'll be more effective than the tools they're currently using.
So our team is best poised to take RepairLane to market since our expertise spans all the skill sets needed. For example, Josh has years of 3D design experience. I've previously interned in startup financing. Cindy has the data analysis skills to optimize our market performance. And Michael is skilled in investor relations from being in the Student Federal Credit Union. We're also being advised by Dr. Alone, a professor of operations, and Dr. Pikul, a mechanical engineering professor. So we have that team needed to succeed. We've also created an in-depth plan to expand our business, and this is updated in regards to the coronavirus situation. We'll be spending the rest of this year obtaining a device patent, making initial prototypes, and raising capital from Penn. So next year, we'll be finalizing our product design so that in 2022, we can start production. Initially, we'll be partnering with local manufacturers so we can start on gaining those revenues with only a small amount of initial funding, but once demand has increased, we're going to offshore our production to expand our economies of scale. And parallel to this, we'll be marketing our product to repair professionals first and homeowners afterwards. And then finally, RepairLane will look into expanding to other applications, and we're aiming to be acquired by 2024. Right now, we're ready to begin prototype testing and demonstrations. We've already gone through 3 iterations, and we already have a partnership with the Pikul Lab. So before we go, I wanted to point your attention to the financial documents included in our appendix, so our manufacturing costs, our revenue and expense models. My team and I want to thank you so much for listening to our presentation. Really appreciate it, and we're happy to answer any questions at this time.
All right, thank you, RepairLane. Judges, you have 5 minutes for Q&A.
So you said you do not own the technology. Is that correct?
Yes, so Penn owns the IP behind the technology, but we've spoken with Penn officials and with the Pikul Lab, which specifically is in partnership with Penn in owning an IP, and they would be happy to license out that IP to us, provided that we can deliver on building this patentable delivery mechanism.
So do you have license terms in place, or it's just still preliminary discussions?
We've actually discussed with Professor Pikul, who's interested in licensing, and we've agreed that if we can show that our product works in delivering it, we can discuss further licensing deals further down the line.
Okay, and the whoever created it at Penn, are they involved at all? Or
yeah, so that's involved? Professor Pikul. His entire lab, which we partnered up with, is responsible for this.
Okay.
And you talked about your own design patent. What is that focused on?
Josh, if you want to speak to the delivery mechanism.
Sorry, the question was like more about the design, sorry.
So I understand that Pico owns some of the IP, and then you made reference to a separate design patent that you're pursuing. What does that focus on?
Oh yeah, okay, so I actually have a prototype here. Let me pull it out. So basically, our product is a device. So we have over here one of our prototypes, and basically, once this design is created, it's like made out of silicone. We can attach it to metal. We could get this patented, basically.
So that seems to be a
device rather than the science. That
yeah, seems to be a conical device or circular. Yeah. What if you have a longitudinal crack that's about 1 foot long? What do you?
Yeah. So currently, this device is focused on pipes, and since it's made out of silicone, it's flexible. So say this is a pipe, we can attach it, and then it will create a watertight seal that allows the repair to happen within the cone.
Just adding on to that, right now we're also focusing mainly on things like home water pipe bursts, and usually those are small enough to be encompassed by this design. But going forward, when I mentioned before in the timeline that we'd be exploring other applications for this, that would also mean like different designs of the RepairLane device for different uses.
Any other questions? We have 2 minutes left in Q&A.
So you said that you were targeting plumbers. Is there a thought to a market for the do-it-yourselfers as well? You know, a Home Depot type of product that could be bought by consumers?
We talked about this and looking at other rollouts of products such as all those heavy duty toolkits. They first made their impact in the professional segment, which then created credibility with the do-it-yourself consumers that wanted to reach out and buy these products. So by targeting the individual plumbing market, we're able to create instant brand credibility. Because if you hire a plumber and they show up to repair and they repair using RepairLean, the next time you go to Home Depot, the next time you go to Lowe's and you see RepairLean, you'll be more inclined to purchase it since you know that industry professionals are using it.
Yeah, and just to go off that a little bit, I think we mentioned this in the presentation, but there are around like 30% of homeowners who do take on DIY projects. And eventually, once like we are established as credible because of like these professionals, we do plan to make our way to the homeowners, but like just as our beachhead, we chose professionals.
All right, I think that's it for Q&A. Thank you to RepairLean.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Cheat. If Cheat wants to get ready while Jody just write down some notes, that'd be great.
Can you guys hear us and see us okay?
Yep, I can.
We live together, so we just do the pitch together.
Yeah, that works. That works well.
All right, so are we good to go?
Just hold up a couple, like a minute or so. I'll let you know. All right, I think we're good to go here. All right, Cheat, you have 7 minutes for your pitch. Good luck.
Awesome. Hi, so I have a question for you guys. Have you ever placed a food delivery order before?
And have you been annoyed by the several excessive small cart fees or delivery surcharges that you have to pay?
Well, of course you have. But what if I told you that if you're a college student, you don't have to anymore?
Presenting Cheat, a food delivery service for college students by college students.
But wait, isn't everyone doing food delivery nowadays?
Well, you're not wrong, but here's what college students think. After interviewing more than 100 students at CMU and around Pittsburgh, we received one overwhelming response, that on-campus food sucked and food delivery options were too expensive for college students. As a result, they had to resort to junk food to satiate their hunger.
Well, this makes one thing pretty clear. There's a big gap in the market. So let's talk about this market. When we did some research, we found out that there's over 14 million college students registered in just the United States alone. And on average, each of these college students spends more than $4,000 a year on takeout. So even if we assume a conservative 2% market share, that's still a $1.2 billion industry we're looking at, with an annual growth rate of more than 15%, just waiting for someone to capture it. And that's where Cheat comes in. The design of our service is driven by 3 characteristic traits of college students. We all know that college students are hungry, right? And God created restaurants to satisfy that hunger. But college students are also busy. Well, to satisfy that, God created food delivery services so that college students can eat without disrupting their busy schedules. But there's a third factor at play. College students are also, unfortunately, pretty broke. And currently, there's nothing that serves all of these 3 needs together. But Cheat, we aim to solve all 3 of these problems.
Just to give you some perspective, here's what a typical order on a typical food delivery service looks like. So suppose you want to order chicken nuggets, get some protein. On a typical food delivery service, you will have to pay almost 40% in additional fees. Now, for in any other industry, for a normal working adult, $4 here and there does not make a huge difference. But for a college student on a tight allowance and under the pressure of student debts, that can be the difference between going out that weekend or staying at home. And we all know that a college student prefers nothing more than going out over weekends. And this is what Cheat's value proposition is. We allow college students to save money and make friends along the way.
Well, all of this is great, but how do you even do this, you ask? Good question. Let me throw a scenario at you. Let's say you're going to Silk Elephant to eat some of your favorite Thai food, but I want some of that pad Thai. Well, if your friends on Cheat, it's really simple. I can just go on the app, see that you're there, and place an order, a takeout order for you to just bring back to campus for me. From your perspective, you'll simply get a notification about my request, and all you have to do is click accept and decide where to deliver it. Since both of us go to the same school, we can meet up at a pre-decided campus hotspot and even get an excuse to catch up. And most importantly, even though this was extremely minimal effort for you, you basically just got paid to have food at your favorite restaurant.
Okay, so now let's look back to the chicken nuggets order from before and what it looks like on Cheat. They still cost the same and have the same amount of protein, but we only charge a 20% convenience fee. Now, 10% of that goes to the student who's okay with being paid less because it was very minimal effort on their part. And 10% is kept with the service, which is how we generate our revenue. And believe it or not, this is pretty standard across all delivery platforms. So now that our service makes sense, let's talk about who we challenge. Now, currently, there exists no service or app or product that targets the niche customer segment that we target, which is college students. So we are really competing with the traditional food delivery services, who we easily beat on cost, as well as on-campus dining options, who we easily beat on the quality of food.
Exactly. So hopefully by now, you're convinced that a food delivery service by college students for college students fills the gap in a pretty big market pretty darn well. But how do we take it from here? Let me tell you. We've distilled our growth strategy down into 3 simple stages. Currently, we're in stage 1, and we're focusing on expanding in the multiple campuses, college campuses that exist within Pittsburgh. Once we've done that, the next phase will be to expand in Pennsylvania as a state and hit the numerous big universities in Pennsylvania. And after that, it's just upward. The 3rd stage is going to be expanding nationally and hopefully even globally. Well, now that you know what this growth is going to look like, let me talk a little bit about how we're going to grow. So taking a page from Facebook's book, we're going to go campus to campus. The best part about targeting college students is that they're ferociously loyal. Trust me, I know. So using campus ambassadors, we're going to build this brand loyalty. And through campus ambassadors, we'll be able to figure out the most favorite restaurants for each campus and the quirks that make each campus special. And using this information, we'll be able to provide a personalized experience to each campus through Cheat, making it harder for other competitors to enter and building our brand loyalty. Lastly, now that you understand the what and the how of this business, I really want to talk about the why as well. Look, I understand this is a business and it's going to make us and our investors a lot of money. But at the end of the day, we're college students. We, more than anyone else, understand that college is hard, college is expensive. And at the end of the day, we're really just trying to make it easier for college students to eat healthy and eat with affordable cost and just set them up for success in the future. Thank you. We'll be happy to take any questions now.
Thank you. Cheat judges, we have 5 minutes for Q&A.
Yeah, since the value proposition is cheaper and affordability, what % cheaper or what kind of dollar amount cheaper are you compared to an average order value from a Grubhub, which I think is cheaper than Uber Eats?
Right. So on average, if you look at Grubhub and if you look at our service, on average for most orders are more than 50% cheaper. When you look at their search pricing, the service charges that they hide, the small cart fees, all of that stuff.
But what does that equate to in a dollar amount? So 50% off of $2 would be like $1 savings. Is that really going to move the needle or incentivize people to order? Or what is that amount that is saving from a dollar perspective?
So that's exactly the beauty of our segment. So for a normal working individual, let's say for like someone who like does a 9 to 5 job, like once they use an app, they're not going to be convinced to like switch to another app for a single dollar. But every single college student I know checks all the food delivery apps on their phone before they order and simply chooses the cheapest one. So even a fraction of a cost cheaper is enough for a really frugal spender like a college student who's on a tight budget to just like move the needle to our app. And when you think about group orders or like orders above the cost of like $20, then these savings are not just a single dollar, and they're usually around $3 to $4, which is even a bigger amount for college students.
Who are you using again for the food delivery?
So for the food delivery, the entire concept revolves around using college students who are eating at these local restaurants around campus to bring back takeout for the other college students on campus who are placing the order, which allows us to essentially minimize delivery costs because they don't really need to be paid that much because they're not really doing any extra effort.
So if we go back to the comparison of Grubhub, are you limiting yourself on the scope of restaurants because it's just on campus versus someone who might have a car and access to something,
So these are not really
just outside the CMU campus or a little further away?
Yeah, so these are not just on-campus restaurants. These are restaurants which are off-campus that students might take an Uber to go to, or they might take the bus. And it turns out that, especially within Pittsburgh, where we go to school, a lot of the most popular restaurants are within. You can just get on a bus and get to those restaurants. So it really covers a really vast range. Of course, it's not the same as a Grubhub delivery person who has a car. But still, these are the most popular restaurants among college students. So we still cover, 3/4 of the orders or places a college student would want to order takeout from.
And this sort of works in again to sort of the customer segment that we're targeting, because college students by their very nature are usually not that picky about the food that they eat. Anything off campus is something that's like really lucrative to them. So if they can get it at a comparable cost to like an on-campus option with like minimal delivery fees, they would be very willing to do it, is what our research has told us.
So is there a timing difference? Would Grubhub be faster than what you're doing?
No, I don't think there's a timing difference at all, because like, and on Grubhub as well, the couriers are not sort of like tied specifically to you. So when you order on Grubhub, the couriers like have at least 7-8 orders that they need to go pick up and then deliver like sequentially. So it's going to be basically the same idea, just like a courier who's willing to be paid much less.
How would you expect to overcome the sort of challenges presented with the remote learning that's in place almost everywhere right now?
Right. So I personally, or like we view this time sort of as a really good time to like build out our network and to really like get connections in place with restaurants, because like we all know that this sort of pandemic is not like a thing that's going to last forever. And when things die down, it's going to like really go back into business, and it's going to be about making as much money as they can for these local restaurants, especially because they're all losing a lot of money currently. So that's what we're focusing on right now, like pitching our idea, and we've seen a lot of interest from the most popular local restaurants around Pittsburgh.
All right, I think that's it for Q&A. Thank you, Cheat.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
Next up, we have Care from Michigan. If you guys want to get ready while the judges write down some notes, that'd be great.
So Joey, I see you have your dog with you. Oh.
Got the whole fam with me. Thank God for the mute button.
Yeah. I've had barking going on for a while here. He's all calmed down right now. Did we lose Lenore? Is she still with
I'm here.
us? Okay.
Is Care ready to go?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Yes.
All right, cool. You have 7 minutes to pitch. Good luck.
Okay, great. So, hey everyone, thank you so much for being here today. We're Care, which is a college mental health platform designed to ensure that no student ever feels alone. And so our team, just really briefly, I'm Ben. I'm a BBA junior at Michigan studying business. Stephanie is a dual degree student at Michigan studying engineering and business. And Rodney's a CS senior studying, obviously, CS. So at Care, our mission is that every person has a right to feel supported and connected, especially in times of need. And so essentially what we do is we create communities within student populations and provide them with tools to ensure that no student ever feels alone. And so the key problem is, as you may or may not be aware, mental health is becoming a really big growing epidemic on college campuses. So more and more students request services every year. And these are just some quick statistics. So 80% of students have reported that they feel stressed daily. And there's been a 35% increase in demand of counseling centers in the last 5 years or 6 years. And so, and additionally, around a third of students have felt so depressed they found it hard to function. And so the key problem is that despite all of this, there's no platform that provides immediate relief. It's not uncommon for students to have to wait a really long time to get mental health services through the school. And oftentimes at that point, it's too late. And additionally, 40% of students that are in need currently fail to seek help from current resources for a variety of reasons. And so Care tries to solve that. And so the impact of this problem is really threefold. The first is that almost 70% of college dropouts are related to mental health issues. There's more than 10 billion in revenue lost by colleges on aggregate, and lower graduation and student retention rates lead to lower college rankings, less application fees, et cetera. So that's from like the college's perspective. And additionally, parents have, studies show that parents are much less likely to send their students to a school where there's a suicide cluster. So despite, in addition to obviously that being a horrible and tragic event, there's also, significant financial impacts on colleges as well. And so we estimate that there's around 7.5 million students at four-year universities in the United States. And on average, a four-year university loses about $1.25 million per college. And the average counseling and psychological services budget on a college campus is yet only $800,000. And so we sort of see our market as the niche between these two numbers. And so our total addressable market is around 12.5 billion, because in the long run, we're starting with colleges, but we think in the long run, having employees chat at different companies as well could be a really interesting growth model. And our initial target market of colleges is we value at around 200 million with an expected year 3 market share of 18 million. And now I'm going to pass it off to my teammate, Stephanie, to talk a little bit more about our solution.
Thank you, Ben. Care is an all-encompassing platform that allows colleges to provide a unique service for their students through 2 main features. 1, the ability to join anonymous support groups, and 2, to chat anonymously with trained peer listeners. It is important to note that these 2 features are college specific. During my one-on-one interviews with university students, 100% of them, not surprisingly, said that academics was one of their main stressors. And so we really wanted to create a solution around that. These 3 interfaces kind of show the community aspect. For me, as a first-generation engineer coming from a low-income family, there's a lot of issues that I face that my current support network or even professionals may not understand and I cannot connect with. And so as the user, I would join those communities, and those are shown on my homepage. However, I have the opportunity to join other communities. For instance, right now, COVID-19 is one of also my big stressors, and I can make comments or also reply to other students and really interact there. This is all done anonymously. However, when a user makes an account, they must use a verified university, a university email. And so in doing so, it provides a lot of security. Students have also shown that they really wanted to talk one-on-one with listeners. And so this is done by active listeners. They can choose to talk to people who are totally like them or totally different from them based on these key searches. And so they can get the support that they really need. On the platform, there's also resources that they can access, as well as opportunity to log their thoughts and really track it through time. How does Care fit with the current market? Out of the 38 counseling directors that we have talked to, 80% of them had said that they were strongly considering implementing Care into their 2020 school year. And currently, we're in the works of having 2 pilot programs. Just last week, we actually were contacted by a counselor in India, which really stresses the need for a platform like Care. From the students' perspective, however, 75% of the students that we have surveyed had shown that anonymity is something that they like and will cause them to more likely seek help. And so by decreasing the barriers to getting the support and doing so in a timely manner, students can get the support that they need. And now I'm going to pass it on to Rodney to talk more about the market entry.
Thanks. So we need to make sure that our product reaches as many students as possible. With all the chaos around the COVID situation right now, students are in a difficult place. So we thought this is a perfect opportunity to provide a service free of charge to students to develop the community around the application. This would provide us a platform to launch our pilot program in 5 to 10 schools before launching nationwide after that. Our strategy would be surrounding campus ambassadors, and we already have an established network of campus ambassadors, as well as traditional advertising platforms. And we have articles coming out in the Michigan Daily and the Pitch podcast. For our business model, we plan on charging a flat fee of $5 per person to the universities themselves. This ensures that this model is flexible depending on the size of the university, but more importantly, make sure the students do not have the barrier of cost in terms of to actually use the application, use our product, which lies in well with our mission. We offer numerous competitive advantages. So CARE is the only institutionalized platform that provides this live interaction, which makes it different from applications like Headspace or Calm. In addition to that, based on the resources in the community, we provide the application with an immediate, we provide users with immediate feedback that they want in time-sensitive issues. For example, if you fail an exam. Cyberbullying and trolling are big issues that we see nowadays, and we have systems in place to prevent those two things. In addition, we are collaborating with the University of Michigan's AI lab to incorporate machine learning algorithms into the prevention of cyberbullying. So there are similar applications out there. So Fishbowl and Blind are two examples that are social networking applications in the professional space. So they do occupy a different segment, but they have been very successful attracting millions of users and raising significant capital. But we do believe we have a significant advantage over those two services. In addition, we have conducted tests using our application, and the feedback was extremely positive. It makes us excited to go forward with this. So this is a full snapshot of our entire team, but that's it for our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Care. Judges, you have 5 minutes for Q&A.
So this is a really great opportunity to try out your app. So what are you doing in terms of prototyping and testing right now?
Yeah, so we're actually launching next week. We're going to be featured on Gimlet's The Pitch podcast either next week or the week after. We're being featured in Michigan School Newspaper next Thursday. And so we actually plan on launching on next Tuesday or Wednesday just to get everything up as fast as possible to be a support for students in this time of need.
And have you trained any people to actually answer these calls or these queries? Or
Yeah, so at Michigan, we have over 50 peer listeners signed up, but the nationwide launch right now is going to be group chatting. So it's going to be like, you know, as someone could make a thread, for example, like internships in 2020 with COVID, or you know, something like that, and that'll allow people to chat with groups, but we're not able to release the peer listening feature yet. So we've partnered with Crisis Text Line and some other organizations to ensure that people are able to get their support in need until we're able to ramp up.
Right, so I guess it's going to be important to vet the people who are supposed to be giving, you know, the support.
Yeah, so the way that schools actually train the peer listeners themselves, we provide the software, and schools are responsible for vetting. Michigan has done a really interesting job in terms of vetting, and we feel like we've done a good job there. And also peer listeners take 10 hours of online training modules and have to pass an exam before they're certified.
Good.
What are your major costs, and do you have to share in any of that training, the cost associated with the training?
Yeah, so our costs are actually, so far at least, have been really low. They'll get higher as we have to buy server capacity and things like that. But right now they're really low, and schools so far have agreed, like the first 20 schools we've talked to all agreed that they would provide the training for free. They thought it was a great service, and they thought that, you know, it was very needed, but that providing the software and then them providing the training was a really good way to go about it.
We had the opportunity to talk with a couple, a couple peer listening in-person programs and get training resources from them. So based on that too, we plan on using those resources to help implement the training modules that we want to make sure our premium listeners go through. And that was free of charge too.
So I can see Michigan adopting what you're doing because your students there. How about other universities or institutions? Have you
Sure.
talked to others?
Yeah, we've talked to 38 schools so far. 80% of them said that they would be very interested in launching a pilot program with us. In July, we're going to have a pilot program with a school in India, actually. So they're going to launch the app for their students in India. We've talked to schools all across the country, schools in Europe, and they all seem very interested in the program. So obviously, we think it's scalable beyond Michigan.
Thanks.
You mentioned two competitors, and you said that you believe you had advantages over both.
Yeah.
Just
So
give us some more detail, please.
yeah, absolutely. So Fishbowl and Blind are really focused on career development. So for example, like if you work at, say, a company in Pittsburgh, you might be able to, you would be verified through your work email address. And then the way it would work is they would verify you through that. And then you might like post something about what your salary is or your experience at the company. So those apps are really only focused on career advice and professional development. Nobody would go on that app. And we're users of those apps. No one would go on that app and ask for like help with a class or things like that. So we think our key advantage is that we're basically that we have the ability to expand the reach. And then also those apps don't have the algorithm in place that we have through Michigan for cyberbullying. And because all of these apps are completely anonymous, cyberbullying becomes a really big problem. And we think that we're have a huge competitive advantage there to make sure that people don't abuse the platform.
Have you thought through liability issues in the following context? There's a group chat or an individual interaction where someone ideates self-harm or harming someone else, and then maybe there's not a follow-through on it.
So a couple of things there.
Does that expose the app to liability? You're the conduit for the conversation.
Sure. So a couple of things there. So every time that before we launched to any users, we had partnerships in place. And our algorithm, for example, if you mention certain words or whatever, and I shouldn't say whatever, but if you say, for example, the word kill, you're immediately reached out to, you're given resources, etc. We have moderators, moderating the chats constantly that are currently volunteers. Eventually they'll be for hire. And since the goal of the app is to really help people, our goal is to ensure that doesn't happen. And if it does happen, we have contracts in place with our launch schools to make sure that the schools accept liability. And if the schools are unwilling to do that, we also have significant liability insurance that we've already obtained. So we've sort of tried to think about that in as many ways as possible.
Thank you.
I think that's it for questions. Thank you, Care.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Swasa. If Swasa could get ready while the judges write down some notes. Actually, this is our last pitch of the day.
Okay. Can you guys hear me fine and see the deck?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, awesome. Just let me know when to start.
All right. Yeah, I think we're pretty much good to go.
Okay.
You have
Awesome.
7 minutes to pitch. Good luck.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Shade Ellington, and I'm the CEO and founder of Swassit, a peer-to-peer clothing rental app-based marketplace. So no one likes being seen in the same outfit over and over again because we as humans value how we're perceived by society. This is why price is a primary concern for college students looking to buy clothes. With the fast fashion industry contributing over 82 billion kilograms of waste annually, they fail to hit the mark in both variety and quality at a sustainably low price point. And to cope with that, when we need quality clothing fast, what do? We ask our friend or our cousin's friend to borrow a cute dress or a nice belt or some luxury shoes. Clothing and accessory rental is something happening organically in our communities, but currently, no easy and efficient way exists to rent clothing from other students. This is where Swazit comes in. We're an app-based platform where users can list their clothing and accessories for short-term rental. We empower users to save money renting, make money lending, and express their true, authentic styles. Poshmark's growth and success proves users are willing to pay a premium to access used quality clothing at a lower price point. And Rent the Runway's breakthrough success proves users are also interested in short-term clothing rental. As you can see, both of these platforms have millions of users registered to date. And right now, the entire US apparel market is $390 billion, with the apparel resale market totaling $24 billion. By taking just 5%, we're at a $1.2 billion market size, which may seem overly ambitious, but resale apparel marketplace platforms are meeting and exceeding this number to date. For example, Poshmark had $1 billion revenue just last year alone, and that's without the secret sauce we feel we found. Getting more into our product specifically, we're gonna watch a short video. Our platform allows users to search by location, browse by tags, and book in a few seconds. Imagine a place where travel baggage fees are no more, where you no longer have to cringe before swiping a credit card on that special occasion dress, where the financially disadvantaged no longer worry about affording a suit for an interview. With Swazit, this world really does become our reality. Our business model simplified is we take 15% commission from each exchange, 5% from the renter, and 10% from the lender. With a conservative college ambassador-based approach to growth and expansion, we project to hit $100 million in revenue by year 5. And by partnering with Greek organizations on Duquesne, University of Pittsburgh, and Carnegie Mellon's campus, as well as targeting people already interested in clothing rental on social media platforms such as Instagram, Facebook, and Reddit, we've been able to acquire an email list of over 7,000 people interested in the launch of our beta platform without $0 spent on marketing. And these people are super excited. Whether you're an influencer like Brittany, whose personal appearance is her career, or a hype beast like Justin with thousands of dollars of clothing and shoe inventory you can't wait to share, or a college student like Megan, who loves to switch it up but has been limited financially. Swazit is truly empowering our community to embrace their authentic self. Getting into our competition, Swazit is the only affordable, inclusive online rental marketplace. As a peer-to-peer marketplace, we have zero inventory, allowing us to serve a large demographic at a low price point, making us both affordable and inclusive. And our competitive advantage is first, we're first to market. Second, our ease of use, and we've taken the pause presented from the COVID-19 pandemic to get close with our potential users and focus more time on our UI experience. Third, our profiles. Renters and lenders alike are encouraged to rate each other and leave reviews at the end of each rental experience. Fourth, maintaining ownership of the item, which is a huge reason for us to focus on clothing rental. Rental allows us to tap into more than just the $24 billion apparel resale market. Fifth, our brand. Our mission is to empower all socioeconomic backgrounds and demographics to find their authentic self by lowering the price barrier on curiosity and expression. And of course, to do all of this while still being environmentally friendly. Finally, sixth, personalization. Users can tailor their search to only include other users who are shaped like them with similar styles, allowing our platform to truly become your perfect closet. We started this journey in August 2019, and we focused our first month on intense customer discovery. We had an in-person pop-up experience, allowing us to discover what people are interested in renting and at what price point. Once we felt validated enough moving forward, we focused on app development and plan to have our beta ready and downloadable by June 2020. And we feel like we're the team to get it done. With me, Shade Ellington, our CEO and founder, Anthony and Tipo as our technical lead, Evangeline Mensa as creative support, Adriana Pink as public relations, and Seth Setse as our full stack developer. And if you too are passionate about changing the way we use and view clothes, we'd love to have you on board. Thank you, and I'm ready for questions.
Thank you, Swazit. Judges, you have 5 minutes for Q&A.
You say you're the first to enter the market. That's sort of hard to believe. This sounds like something that's been going on at least underground for a while. Is that that people? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Yeah, so that, students have been doing this informally for a while, no?
Mm-hmm. So would you like me to speak further on that?
Yeah, so why would they pay for this? Yeah, go ahead.
So the main issue with some of our competitors is they lack inclusivity. For example, Rent the Runway is the largest rental platform, and the reason why people my age don't use it is because they hold all their inventory, which limits who they can serve. So what we're trying to do is by taking away the capital intensive cost of inventory and allowing each person to bring and host their own items, we get to spread the demographic through which we're able to serve. And people are encouraged to use this because it opens up who you're able to ask and it expands what you're able to ask for. So that's kind of the incentive on each side.
How do you differentiate yourself from Plato's Closet?
So the thrift store?
Not the thrift store, but Plato's Closet, the reseller, where it's more of a bricks and mortar location. I don't know if they have an app.
Yeah, so the difference between us and Plato's Closet specifically is that once again, they host their inventory. So you come in, they give you X amount of money for whatever clothing item you have, and then that's not yours anymore. So it's still kind of selling, at least on the lender's perspective. What we're trying to do by allowing people to keep their items is we expand what people are able to use. So items that you don't want to let go of, but maybe you're not wearing every single day. So these are like kind of high quality luxury goods. Let's say you have an expensive bag, expensive suit, expensive dress, or not even expensive things, just things that you're not wearing every single day, but you want to keep in your closet. Our platform allows you to do that, which expands the kind of variety of inventory that we can host.
What's the average price of an item that someone's renting?
So the average price?
That you envision, yeah.
Yeah. So our average price that we decided upon based on like our customer discovery and pop-up kind of experience was about $30 to $100. That was kind of the price range that we were kind of seeing things. So that's where your typical dresses, like suits, things like that are. And then we predict that it will probably be a kind of lower percentage of our audience that's hosting those designer luxury goods.
How do you get items from place to place, and how do you assure that you'll get your item back?
Yeah, of course. So just for initially, we are doing in-person meetups. So you kind of scroll through the app, see the availability, and then you meet up in person, see if this is something that you want to continue on with, and then that's when the rental transaction starts. So you still have the option once you meet up and see the actual item before going and continuing the rental. And then once we plan to expand, obviously that's less scalable. And that was the main reason why we chose college campuses, because all of our users are in a centralized location, making meetup a little more facilitated. Once we scale up, we plan to partner with a third-party shipping company such as USPS or Postal Services, and it'll be a lot more facilitated in the sense that you just leave it at your door and it's picked up and sent to you. I can also speak about some of the other concerns on the screen if you guys would like. It's up to you. So yeah, the major concerns that you can see are obviously insurance. So we have third-party insurance for all of our items that vary based on the price of the item. And then delivery, which we spoke about. Authentication, that's another issue, especially when you get involved with like luxury items. So to start off, it's going to be receipt-based, and you will see a verified authentic check on your item in the app-based platform. And we didn't want to limit people who maybe don't have their receipts or things like that. So you can still post designer things and luxury goods on our site. It just won't be verified authentic unless it's gone through our verification process. And finally, cleaning. So there's two cleaning methods, and the person lending the item decides both. So if you want to have your item cleaned by yourself, the person renting it pays the cleaning fee and you clean it on your own time period. Or if you would prefer not to touch dirty clothes, you can have it dropped off at a dry cleaner's, and that gives you flexibility in your pickup because you can usually have your clothing items at a dry cleaner's from 30 to 60 days.
All right, I think that's pretty much it for Q&A. Thank you, Swasit.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, that's it for our pitches. Great job to all the 10 teams that presented today. So what's going to happen now is we're going to have our workshop in a few minutes with MUS Law, going over some of the startup legalities. You'll be able to answer ask some questions to them. And then after that, we're going to have our panel focusing on AI. We have 3 awesome panelists for you today. And you'll be able to, that'll be moderated by 2 of our team members, Angela and Harvey. And you'll also be have the opportunity to ask questions to them as well. So judges, are you all done taking notes?
Yeah.
Yep. All right. I guess we can get into the workshop whenever you're ready.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, great. So did you want me to share the PowerPoint?
Yeah, if you could, that'd be super.
Gotcha.
There's a lot of stuff on their desktops. Maybe.
Yeah, that's my bad. All right.
No worries.
So just let me know when.
Yeah, I guess we can go with it right now. So Stanhita, when I'll just say next or slide when we just want to go to the next one, if that's all right.
Yeah, sounds good.
And is everyone on, or do we need a little intro, or how do we want to do this?
I think most people are on now. Yeah, if we could get like a quick intro, that'd be great.
Okay. So there's a slide deck on the screen that covers the topics that I want to try to run through in a short half hour. It covers a number of intellectual property related matters that I've dealt with in my practice as I've worked with various startups. I call them pitfalls because sometimes they're things that aren't necessarily known about or that people stumble into after the fact. The slide deck can be distributed. I don't know if Stanhita has already done that, but if anyone wants to have a hard copy afterwards, you can get in touch with the CMU team and we can make a way to take care of that. But with that as an intro, let's move to the next slide. So as a starting point, when we talk about intellectual property, there's typically 4 items that we focus on. And some of the questions today of the companies have focused on these. But we talk about trademarks, copyrights, patents, and trade secrets. The trademark is a source identifier. It helps identify the goods or services of someone. Copyrights can protect the artistic works. It can also protect copyright, software code. Patents refer to inventions. It could be a process, a machine, a composition, or in some instances, even a design, which overlaps with copyright. And trade secret refers to information that is not registered, not made public. Something like the Coca-Cola formula, which has been held in confidence for decades at this point. And no one has, at least as far as I know, been able to reverse engineer. Next. Now, how does this impact your business, especially as a startup and consideration behind? Trademarks refer to your brand. I'll throw an example out there. If you were around a dinner table 30 years ago when someone threw out the word apple, I suspect that the first thought that would come to someone's mind would be a type of fruit, a Jonathan, a Macintosh, and ever. If you throw apple out in a general conversation nowadays, I guarantee that more than half, if not all, of everyone's going to think about software. That brand has become very successful. Apple, by its connotation, has nothing to do with software, but it has over the years become very closely connected with a very powerful brand. That is something that people hope to obtain when they develop their marks, and is something to look at early on in terms of protection so that someone doesn't take it from you. Other considerations: how you keep your competitors out of your market. What barriers to entry can you create by obtaining registration rights and patents and copyright? On the other hand, is there a way to also maintain a competitive edge through trade secrets, like the Coca-Cola, things of that sort that do not have to be disclosed? On a longer term basis, how do you build these assets so that the company value can be strengthened over time? At the end of all this, when you talk about an exit, I can tell you that due diligence will focus on what a company has done to protect its stuff, its intellectual property. There will be pages of questions on whether or not compositions or ideas have been owned or are owned by the company, left the company with restrictions in place so that they can't use them. All of these are things to think about early on in the process. And then lastly, what do you know about your competitors? Do they have patents or copyrights? Are you going to walk across someone's property line and risk an infringement issue if you don't know enough about the landscape? Sometimes that's referred to as a freedom to operate analysis. But again, these are things to think about early on in the process. Next. So I'll give you an example. We've talked about Coca-Cola, but it provides things can overlap. Next. So Coca-Cola, again, as we've discussed, has a trade secret on its formula, most likely the process of making the Coca-Cola formula. I think you could probably do a chemical analysis of what's in it, but you may not know how to exactly use the recipe. But Coca-Cola has been very good over the years in securing different types of rights otherwise. The bottle that we all know, the hobble skirt bottle, was initially the subject patent. A design patent protects an ornamentation on a particular design. Furniture manufacturers can use it. App screens can be protected by a design patent. And Coca-Cola patented its bottle early on to try to give it a market edge. Next. When that patent expired, the Coca-Cola company actually got a trademark registration on that bottle. It is a shape and design that is specific to Coca-Cola. And as a result, they now have that protected on any debts relative to that particular design. No one else can use it because it has a trademark connotation. Next. So as a summary, we'll go back through these. We have a patent in that context, a design patent, trademarks on the bottle, but as well as the words Coca-Cola, Coke, Coke Classic. Copyright applies to the extent there's been advertising and promotion. And finally, the formula is a trade secret. Next. So some pitfalls that emerge in the process of startups and even with companies. I've dealt with people that have the sense that I automatically own everything that I pay for and that my employee or contractor creates. Generally, that's referred to as a work made for hire concept that arises with copyrights, but it only arises with copyrights and it only arises with an employee. If you hire someone independently to write code for you, if you hire someone independently to develop a design for you, if you hire someone independent as a contractor to develop a mold or to take pictures for you, you basically need to have a contract in place to make sure that you own the intellectual property that flows from that. A typical example that arises if you hire someone to take photographs for a wedding or a reunion or a retirement party, unless there's a specific contract with that photographer that you own the copyright, you'll get a copy of the photographs, but you won't get the proofs. And to the extent we still go in stores, over the course of years, there was often a sign somewhere in the store that they would not copy photographs relating to large events like wedding unless you could show proof of ownership. And that's because they did not want to aid and abet a copyright infringement because there was a question as to whether that written agreement was in place. So this screen notes that if you really want to make sure that you own something, not only as a contractor, but even as to an employee, get a written agreement in place that confers it by the company and also an obligation to assign. That will help you with copyrights. It also protects you on the patent front, even though what is known as shop rights might apply for an owner. You want to make sure that you have these agreements in place early on. Next. On the copyright side, again, there is a reference to work made for hire, but I include this because it provides limitations that people aren't necessarily aware of. The copyright default as a work made for hire does apply to an employee within the scope of his or her employment. But if you hire someone as a contractor, it doesn't automatically apply unless you have a more fulsome agreement. There are only specific types of works that apply to a work made for hire as an independent contractor. Again, suggesting that you really want to make sure that you have a written agreement that otherwise assigns the rights. I will note that soft code is not one of the listed items. So if you are hiring a coder for your app or for other parts of your business plan, you need to have that written agreement in place. Next. Trademarks and trade secrets also depend on the scope of employment. In terms of employment, they don't automatically flow up to an employer. And again, I'll circle back to the idea, get things in writing with your employees and your contractors to make sure that the company owns everything that you're buying from the inception. Next. In that context within Pennsylvania, and this applies in some other states as well, I refer to Pennsylvania because that's where I practice most of the time. But if you miss having these agreements in place at the inception of hiring someone, you do have the ability to have them signed later without having necessarily to pay consideration. This is different what you experienced with so-called non-competition or restrictive covenants. Those typically need to be, they're enforceable if someone pays for them, and that payment may be the start of employment. With IP assignment and non-disclosure obligations, you can have them put in place later in time. And in fact, you can approach an employee 9 months, a year and a half after they started work and say, you know, I need you to sign this. And if you don't, your employment is at risk. That is not a problem within the United States. Next. So in sum, do you own all the IP necessary to run your business? Have you made sure that you have all your written agreements in place? And to the extent you're securing patents or copyrights, are they backed up with the consideration, but the written agreements to support that? If you don't own it, do you have licenses in place to otherwise give you the ability to use photographs, to use code, to use software, other hardware devices? And a final note that could take a full hour discussion. If you're using open source licensing, make sure you read the license so that you understand exactly what your obligations are, and understand that you don't really own that software. It's going to go back into the open source community. Next. Pitfall 2. If I get a US patent registration, a US trademark registration, I'm okay throughout the world. I mean, my world plan is by take this to Europe and to Asia. And if I've got something in the US, some people believe that I'm covered in those other jurisdictions and countries as well. That is not the case. Patents and trademarks are territorial. I know this is a dated study, but in the spring of 2005, only 15% of small businesses knew that a US patent or trademark provides protection only in the US. I can tell you that even though that was an old survey, I've talked to any number of people now that still have that same impression. Next. So with trademarks, if you are going to look at expansion, and hopefully that is something that's under consideration, you're going to need to look at protecting that same mark, that same brand, that Apple brand that we spoke of before in other countries as well. I'll give you a story to help resonate or illustrate the fact. I was dealing with a company who called me after they had hired a distributor in Europe. Their first step outside the US was to distribute a product in Europe. They had hired a distributor to do that. They had secured a trademark in the US, and the distributor got the same trademark in Europe in the distributor's name. Now, a couple of years passed and they wanted to terminate the distributor. They wanted to hire someone else. That distributor held the trademark hostage. He had not secured it on behalf of the owner. He had done it to basically keep some leverage in his back pocket in the event that he might be terminated. And the moral of that story is to be cautious as you venture outside the borders of the United States and try to get your protections in order before you might step into that same situation. Patents are the same. As you expand outside the US borders, you need to consider in advance whether to get patent rights in other countries. And in that context, you need to act early. There's a clock that runs on when you need to do that. Next. Another pitfall, some people believe you can believe everything that you read from a so-called official agency. For anyone that's already been involved in filing for their own trademarks in particular, and sometimes copyrights, you may be the recipient of numerous items of mail that come in from a European watch bureau or a domain name registration office in China. A number of these, and even within the United States, there will be invoices that come in to help publish and promote a brand and or protect it on renewals. Be careful. These are scam enterprises, many of them, that are trying to get you to pay them money for something that they will never do for you, or they may help renew it, but at multiples of what it really costs. So be careful. Typically, if you've worked through a lawyer, the official correspondence will go to the lawyer. If you've done it yourself, maybe through LegalZoom or other online tools of that sort, you may get the correspondence. But again, make sure that you look at it carefully. It will be official, but it isn't always that case. Next. And just a follow-up reminder, if you do have doubt, talk with a lawyer. If you're still working within your college, you may be able to talk to a tech transfer office or interact with a professor to otherwise just get in touch with someone that can help understand whether any of those invoices or notices or inquiries are legitimate. Next. Another pitfall that I've seen arise, belief that copyrights don't apply to something that I can find and copy on the internet, especially if they don't have a copyright symbol next to it. Within the US, and let me back up, if you do, I'm going to go back a couple of times on foreign registrations. Copyright law is different from patent and trademark law. If you have a US copyright, that will automatically apply to any number of countries that have subscribed to the Hague Convention, so that that copyright will be enforceable elsewhere. Just a caveat or exception from the other things that I mentioned. But in that same respect, the fact that copyrights are more of a worldwide registration right. In the US, a copyright can exist even if you don't put a notice next to it. And I've dealt with numerous clients over the last 5 years that have received cease and desist letters and then ultimately may be sued in federal court because they've used a photograph or photographs, plural, or other items that they found on the internet. They incorporated them into their website. They thought that it would be a good photograph of an office building, of a dog. The last one I represented was a veterinary practice that found a photograph of a golden retriever that they liked. Unfortunately, those photographs were all subject to copyright protection. They were not noted as such, but with scanning technology nowadays, owners of copyrights can run a quick and broad search of the internet to see if their photograph is being used by others. And they will put in play then a cease and desist and possible legal action for improper use of those photographs. So again, a word to the wise: be careful of what you find to use from the internet. And if you are able to take your own photographs, find a portal that confirms that it's making photographs available on a limited license basis or a no-cost license, but don't act without care as you move forward. Next. That's fine. One of the considerations that people will rely on to try to argue around the use of someone else's or someone's photograph is fair use. In a commercial context, fair use typically does not apply. Most often, fair use would apply in an educational setting. Some of your professors may have, over the course of years, going even back to high school, relied upon newspaper articles they may have brought into magazines, or even quoted from books or poetry, or used photographs from people as part of the educational experience. That is fair use. You're able to use copyrighted materials of others in a teaching setting. Fair use even can be used in a commercial setting where you're using comparative advertising. The old Pepsi-Cola, Coca-Cola wars were using brand names in comparison. That's okay. But otherwise, just simply taking someone else's photo to construct a website will not trigger fair use considerations. Next. And I think where are we at on time? This is about a half an hour. I know, Snehita, are we getting close to an end? Because I want to leave some time for questions.
I think we have until about 4:30, so we've got 18 minutes.
Okay, then I can keep running a little bit. Another belief that I've encountered is that you can rely on trade secrets as a catch-all. You don't have to think about patents or copyrights until you're 2 or 3 years into your business and the trade secrets are available otherwise. Again, a caution here. Trade secrets can be relied upon to protect your assets, but you need to be very, very careful that you keep them as trade secrets. Trade secret protection can be lost if it's disclosed to a third party. If any of your projects and ideas were disclosed in a classroom setting, unless you had everyone in that classroom sign a non-disclosure agreement, you've made the ideas that you've talked about in that class public. There's no protection inside, there's no cone of privacy within a classroom. If you shared PowerPoints with others, investors, possible partners, without a non-disclosure agreement, you've shared the ideas that are part of that PowerPoint or that discussion. They are no longer trade secret. Next. So as an overview, trade secrets can be protected for a long time. Again, we'll rely on Coca-Cola, but what needs to be done is a very concerted effort to make sure that they are kept secret. You maintain internal secrecy through agreements and policies. When we talk about Coca-Cola or even the Colonel Sanders secret herbs and spices, my understanding is that there are only a select number of people that can actually access the the chemical or the compositions at issue there. The same applies within other companies that are trying to maintain trade secrets, technical or business nature. It's on a need-to-know basis. If it's part of R&D, typically you have protections in place such that laptops do not go home, or if they do travel with people, they are subject to password protection. They are subject to remote lockdown and deletion. Basically, you want to make sure that you don't let the secret out the door. Even with all of those efforts, a trade secret by its nature does not protect you against independent creation or reverse engineering. It's not like a patent where you can preclude others from practicing the invention. And if you can keep it a trade secret, that's great, but others can still try to work around it. You need to make sure that you maintain that trade secret with third parties. Again, written agreements, use proprietary markings, use NDAs, and those should be in place with consultants, independent contractors, even with your bank or your investors or financiers, to the extent they want to know the details about your business. Make sure that, again, you have confidentiality understandings in place. Next. So let me focus on NDAs. I suspect that many of you have already run into different types of confidentiality agreements or non-disclosure agreements. There's a sense that they may all be alike and that they can easily be signed. You need to think about them a little bit more before you just put your name at the bottom. Or if you need to use one yourself, there's various considerations that I would ask you to think about beforehand. So let me walk through these. What exactly is protected? Is it just what's being disclosed? Does it confirm ownership? Does it allow independent development and use by the recipient in any way? As part of the disclosure process, if you're disclosing, do you have to mark it or designate it, or is it automatically confidential? If I'm representing someone that's making the disclosure, I try to avoid a marking process because there's always a risk that something is exchanged that someone didn't stamp as confidential. Something may slip through. On the other hand, if I'm a recipient, I usually ask for that marking because sometimes confidentiality is very broadly applied to anything that might be exchanged between the parties. A number of NDAs have a term that says that they will expire 2 years or 3 years after the agreement ends. Be very careful of that language. In Pennsylvania, there was a case several years ago where that language existed and it applied to information that was a true technical trade secret. It would have extended indefinitely, but because the agreement said that after 3 years, it was no longer a trade secret, the receiving company was able to use it. Coca-Cola would never enter into an NDA that had a term of years on a non-disclosure agreement because they want to make sure that it continues to be recognized as a trade secret. Those term of year provisions apply most often to business information, a customer name, pricing information, which grows stale over the course of time. I'll give you an example. In Pennsylvania, again, actually, let me take that back. It was a Midwestern state. Coltrane Dairy was sued because it took the driver away from another milk company. And they argued that the driver knew the names of the customers. And this all relates to the timing of business information. The court ultimately held that an injunction was appropriate for all of a week because the Coltrane Dairy Company could have otherwise learned the names of the customers simply by following the driver's route over the course of a week. They could have reverse engineered the same information without violating anyone's confidence just by following him and his path as he went from customer to customer. So I share that because with business information, a term of years is appropriate. But if you have technical information, an algorithm, certain code-related concepts, compositions, or other things of that sort, make sure that you don't tie your hands or don't give away in contract what you can keep secret otherwise. NDA include injunctive relief for a breach. Do you have a right to automatically go to a judge and get the use of that trade secret shut down? If you're the discloser, you should have that in the NDA. And again, I've mentioned this before, is ownership of the rights confirmed? And I've noted at the end that if you're dealing with some larger companies, some of these terms may be resisted a little bit. And if we can go to the next slide, I'll elaborate. Actually, these are some other terms to consider. I apologize. Are the terms, do they cut both ways? If I'm disclosing information, I don't want to warrant its use for any purpose. I want to make sure that I get my documents back. I want to make sure that it's not being exported anywhere. I want to make sure that the agreement doesn't get assigned to anyone. And if I'm representing a client in my backyard, I want to make sure that if an issue arises, the fight will be in my backyard. It'll be in my court and close to where my client lives. Next. So when I talked about some bigger companies, I've included over the next couple of pages an NDA that Apple uses, and I had to review this with a client. It is very detailed. It is a mutual NDA here because it talks about disclosures and receivers. But if we go to the next page, and I'm sorry, one more. Apple has some interesting language in its NDA where if a recipient provides impact or input on ideas or suggestions back to the disclosure gets to use those. And in this case, Apple was going to be a disclosure, and it creates an interesting consideration as to the give and take between two parties and who owns what at the end of the day. In certain instances, this language may be okay, but you need to be aware of it and look for things of this type relative to how your information might be used by the other side. Next. And then Apple did have this language in its NDA too, which basically says that nothing in the agreement will prohibit the recipient from developing products or having developed product for it that compete with the disclosure's products. And they have a proviso, provided that they don't use or disclose the confidential information. Again, something that often, not just Apple, it appears, but these are things you need to take a look at and make sure that the language isn't giving away more than something that is still guarding confidential information. Next. And then here's an example. This does have a term and termination language. It's 5 years. And if this was protecting technical information, not business information, I would strike the 5 years, or I would say 5 years, except for information that otherwise is trade secret, which will continue to be protected as such until that trade secret might otherwise become public. Next. And then a final IP pitfall is that symbols don't matter. We've talked about copyrights, but if you are getting your assets protected, if you are going to obtain a trademark or have one, if you have a copyright, if you have a patent application pending, I strongly encourage you to let the world know that you have it. You use the right symbols, TM or SM for a common law trademark, R for a registered mark. Even though it doesn't have to be used, use the circle C for copyrights, and use patent pending or patent application pending to let the world know. It's like putting a no trespassing sign, no hunting sign, or other signage on your property. These are just other ways to let the world know about your property rights. and that helps with enforcement. Someone can't plead that they were just an innocent infringer or they didn't know if you use the symbols and include them on your website, on your products, on other ways that you're advertising your services. Next. And I'm sorry, one more and final note. The idea that I can figure this out later, I don't need to think about it early on. It circles back to where I started. You need to have agreements in place and a plan in place as to how you want to protect your intellectual property. They will become assets that are part of the measure of a company's value at the time of exit. And if you wait too long on a patent, you may lose the ability to pursue protection. If you wait too long on agreements, you may have employees leave that aren't subject to any obligations of non-disclosure. Long story short, think about it early and try to do what you can to put a plan in place. I know that these things can be expensive, but a copyright costs $40 to file. A trademark has a Class B filing cost of $225 to $275 if you do it electronically. There may be some legal fees involved, but LegalZoom and other sometimes in-school technology transfer offices can give you help with these things. I will tell you, patents are expensive, but they serve a very strong purpose for a company. So if we move to the next. And I've already touched on this. All of these considerations come into place at the end of the exit cycle. And I've just noted some things here again to be considered: assignments, agreements, and the like. Next. And I'll let you, for those that want this, these are some checklists that you can look at. Next. And next. And one more. This is the end of the slide deck. I've got some information at the end about our own COVID response team right now and contact information, but I want to leave a little bit of time right now for questions or comments from anyone else, whether it's any of the students or even the judges who might want to add or share anything. A quiet crowd.
So I have a question. For copyright, I think if you just put the copyright symbol next to something you've written, that's enough of a copyright. You don't have to apply for it. Is that correct?
So with copyright, you have a common law copyright as soon as the work is created. If you've written code, if you've made a sculpture, if you've written text, you have a copyright as soon as you're the author. To enforce a copyright, the only place that you can go is federal court. And the only way to get into federal court is to actually have a registration. So copyrights can be, again, they are created as soon as the work is done. At that point, they can be sold and conveyed, but you can only enforce a copyright once you have a registration. And I'll add to that, a full range of rights for copyright infringement are only triggered if you file that registration before the work is published, or I think it's within 3 months after publication. If you waited 5 years, what you're left with at that point is the ability to get your lost profits or a reasonable royalty. But the other powerful tools of enforcement in federal court include the ability to get your legal fees back and even the ability to enhance or treble your damages. You can only get that with a registration that's filed early on when the work is made.
And then with trademarks or so you said once you publish something or once you do something in a class, you can no longer protect it. Is that correct?
So I was talking about patents in that context.
US patents you could do within a year.
Right. So I do a lot of work with Carnegie Mellon. And I will oftentimes get a notice that a professor has written, his manuscript is going to be published. The manuscript or paper was submitted confidentially, but it's going to be published on Monday. So I've had a fire drill on a Friday to get basically that same paper published, filed as a provisional application. And you're right, within the US, you actually have a year after that publication to still file for your patent. You have a 1-year grace period. But in most, if not all, foreign countries, once a publication occurs, you've blown your protection. So you can still get your patent secured in the US, but if you believe that you might expand to Europe or Canada or Japan, you need to have at least a provisional application filed before the paper is published. I've seen similar issues arise where there was going to be a seminar presentation, and I filed a PowerPoint as a provisional application before there was going to be at a large conference presentation on a certain idea. The idea being that we've gotten something at least filed before that public disclosure, and we protected the ability to pursue foreign protection as well as within the US. And in this competition today, okay, there are many groups here and they gave us their PowerPoint. Was there any jeopardy in doing that? So I didn't see anything in the PowerPoints that really got into the details of an invention. There was a discussion of certain aspects, and I think a number of the teams already indicated that they had filed for provisional patents or the like. If someone had put a detailed schematic on a PowerPoint slide of a mechanical device that had not yet been the subject of a provisional patent, there very well could be an argument that that was a disclosure. This competition is a public event, even though we're doing this virtually, but information is being shared among any number of teams. There's no obligation of confidentiality, so that if another example, if someone was trying to protect a chemical composition and they shared all of that on a slide, that would have triggered a disclosure that would have suggested to someone that they should at that point consider patent protection. But here today, we've had discussion of algorithms for use with computer vision, algorithms being used with AI. We didn't see any of that. There's been some discussion of other items that are already subject to a pending patent application, and in that context, it's okay to share. If I missed something along the way, if someone did show something and a patent hasn't been filed yet, you've got a disclosure date as of today, and you've got 1 year if it hasn't been disclosed earlier to get something in place within the US.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question. I saw Stephanie raise her hand in the chat.
I have a quick question. Obviously, as a student, we don't have a lot of financial resources, and so we use a lot of free resources through the university. I'm not sure if this is correct, but I've heard that if you use the University of Michigan email, the University of Michigan might have some sort of control or protection over whatever we're creating. Is that true? And especially like if we're continuing to use all these free resources, should we be cautious at any point?
So each university has its own tech transfer policy that governs what they own. In general, it does not apply to undergrad students unless they might be involved with research where they're not using just email, but they're using university lab facilities to assist in making something that could be subject to patent protection. They might be part of a larger research team that's funded federally or otherwise through the university. In that context, most often that student wouldn't have the ability to argue that they can keep that part separate and apart from the university. But for these projects that we've talked about today, I know some of you are working with advisors. If all used is the communication network within the university, or even if you went to an advisor and they've helped you walk through possible ways to get a patent protected, that will not, to my understanding, trigger university rights of ownership.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, awesome. So, all right, my screen not sharing anymore?
You're good.
Okay,
yeah, you're good.
Awesome. So with that, I'll be sending all these slides to the teams as soon as the competition is over, along with a bit of feedback from the judges. If you guys have any more questions, feel free to email me. My email should be on the Cmu Vc website under, I think, contact information. And I will forward those questions along to the judges. And with that, I think the judges are going to go into a breakout room and do some judging, and we're going to start the panel.
All right, sounds good.
So the judges missed the panel?
Unfortunately.
It'll also
Well,
be on YouTube Live.
So, Snehita, how do we go to the breakout room, or are you just going to take us there?
I'm going to take you guys there. You have to accept my invitation in a second, and we're going to go through.
You're emailing us or what?
Oh, no, it's on Zoom. It's going to send in 1 second.
yeah, it should show up on your screen.
It'll like pop up for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it should say it now.
Yep, I got it.
You guys have it? Awesome.
All right, Snehita, you're moving there.
I'm going there as well. Yeah, so take it away.
Okay, cool. All right, looks like it's time for the panel now. The panel will be moderated by two of our Cmu Vc team members, Angela and Harvey. And so yeah, take it away.
Hi everyone, so we're gonna start our panel now. We have three really great panelists. So I guess just to start off, me and Harvey are gonna host it if Harvey wants to introduce himself.
Yeah, I guess I'm Harvey. So if the judges want to kind of talk about like who they are, what kind of work they've done in the AI space, that'd be a great way to start the panel.
Yeah,
the panelists.
Yeah, the panelists.
Sorry, Nezra, if you want to start.
Can you hear me?
Sort of.
Oh, really? Is that not clear?
It's just a little quiet. That's the only thing, but we can hear you.
Oh, really? Because it's like on the maximum, I think. Yeah, I'll start. Hi, everybody. My name is Rayan Mir. So I'm currently a special faculty at Carnegie Mellon. I finished my PhD in Human-Computer Interaction Institute. So, and I've been working on a startup based on my PhD research, which is in educational technologies. So we're developing a mixed reality system that combines physical and virtual worlds to improve children's inquiry-based STEM learning using AI and computer vision to track what they're doing in the physical world and give them personalized feedback as they do experiments. So yeah, I've worked with the Schwartz Center and a lot of CME resources. So I'll be happy to answer any questions about AI or anything else.
Sounds good. Okay, how about JJ next?
Hey, my name is JJ. I am the founder and CEO of Talk Me Up. It is an AI-based software company focused on communication training. I graduated from Temper MBA program in 2018. And before that, I have 5 years of work experience in sales management and management consulting at a large tech firm. And I also have technical background in EECS. So yeah.
All right, and then Summer.
Hi everyone, I'm Summer. So this is a virtual background of our office in Schwartz Center. So I'm just pretending that I'm still working at our office. So I'm the founder of Little Mochi, and we are AI-powered digital pet to help children to form good eating habits. So the concept is the kid snap a picture of the food she or he is eating, and our backend AI engine will recognize the ingredient and the nutrients from the snap of picture. And we also have some gamification designed to make the app like more like a game for children to get engaged. And currently I'm undergoing my second year MBA study at Tapper. Before I came to Tapper, I'm a product manager in the IT industry for more than 10 years. So looking forward to talk with everyone, and feel free to let us know actually your questions. Thank you.
Okay, so to start off, we've prepared a few questions to ask the panel. So first, to the three panelists. So what got you interested in the AI space, and sort of like how did you just get into the kind of AI space in general, where you're working today?
Okay, maybe I can start first. So my past working experience, actually, I'm working in global companies. So my actually there's like one project, although it's very small, but actually revision my way of how cutting edge technology can help us really improve the productivity and shape the world. So by the time our team that we're working on like software library, which we need to maintain through a very comprehensive library, 1,000 of software titles. So all these, imagine like every year, all the software vendors will kind of create or upgrade a lot of new versions. And by the time all these versions are maintained manually. So by the time as a product manager, I lead a team of only 3 people, but we develop a machine learning powered tool that can automatically recognize the new software titles. So the tool actually later covers 80% of the manual effort and boosted the team productivity by 16 times. So by the time, this is the first time I feel the beauty, like how this kind of cutting edge technology like AI can really help us to easier people's life and improve the productivity and help the company to generate huge revenues and generate huge business values. So this is actually the small project. Although this is only a project involves 3 people, help me to like envision what kind of amazing things we can do, leverage this cutting edge technology. And at that time also actually play a turning point in my career. And I eventually decided after 10 years working in the global company, I want to start with something like that I want to do by myself. And I always want to leverage the AI technology to make people's life healthier and happier. So together with 2 co-founders, we come up with the idea of Little Mochi, and really help to the parents' life and help children to do healthy eating, which we view this as a critical challenge, because today, you know, in the States, 1/3 of all US children are obese or overweight. We view this as a really critical social challenge, and we believe what we are doing is actually helping to address this problem. Okay.
Cool. Nazra, you can go first.
Okay. So yeah, to give a little bit of background about myself. So yeah, I did my undergrad in computer science and physics. So my background is more in like technology fields, and then in my master's, I did my master's at Stanford, where I focused on learning technologies. And I also worked for some startups and also like Disney and NASA. So I saw a lot of different things before coming for my PhD. But so yeah, I was always really interested in like doing something interdisciplinary that's at the intersection of like sciences, arts, and technology. So I was looking for a way to combine those, and I really liked helping people and having a positive impact on their lives. So that's how I got into human-computer interaction and AI. I was really interested. And then while I was doing my undergrad, I also started a club to teach robotics to underserved kids in Turkey, actually. So there we were going through like preparing for a competition every year, and that really showed me the power of technology and how educational technologies can really make a difference in children's lives. So I really wanted to create new technologies that could help
children, improve their skills and also their future, like that could have an impact on their future. But when I came to CMU, actually, so I had this idea that I really wanted to use AI and technology, but I wanted to bring it into the physical world. So it's not making kids more isolated, but it's helping them bring them back into their physical world and providing like advantages of technology within the physical world. And when I came to CMU, there was a lot of focus on AI and computer vision and robotics. So that really gave me a chance to develop my expertise in these areas and collaborate with a lot of interdisciplinary people in like computer vision, robotics, AI, to create the system that we're working on now.
Awesome. Yeah, so for me, I think it's a combination of personal interest and what the market really needs. So I studied microelectronics for 7 years in China. Back then, during my undergrad, we have a very small portion of classmates who studied AI. At that time, it was just a concept, like at the in the academic world, right? Like nobody could predict how long it will take to adopt AI methods in the industry. But now, basically, you can see every startup, if they can, they are using AI. So that's personal interest. So I'm always interested in high tech. Another thing will be the actual business needs. So AI to me is just a tool for you to realize your solution to address a real problem in the market, right? So in our case, we do communication training. Basically, you can envision our solution, a smart coach that sits on everybody's mobile phone or PC so that they can practice anywhere, anytime by simply speaking to the camera, like what we're doing right now. And then our system basically gives them instant feedback on how they can improve. For example, you know, your sales pitch or presentation, etc. So when I started Talk Me Up, AI seems like the right approach to address this issue. So it's a combination of two. Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, so as you know, we have like this amazing startup competition, and we have so many great teams here. But based on your own experience, what are some pieces of advice you would give to them as developing startups? Feel free to, whoever wants to take it.
I would say dig deeper into the problem. Don't create high tech for the sake of high tech. You know, at the end of the day, technology is just a tool for us to use. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say, yeah, I really agree with that. Like, find out what the problem is really early on, talk to a lot of people, make a lot of connections, and getting lots of advice from different people, and also going through your own filter to see like what makes sense, and also helping people in any way you can, because it really helps, to offer your, whatever you can offer in the meantime. But I would also say being really persistent, because in like technology, like when you start something, it's often, if it's something that nobody has done before, or if it's going against the flow, that's like different than what has been done. There's going to be a lot of challenges, and people are not going to accept in the beginning what you want to do. So so that's going to be like being persistent along the way, and figuring out like how you can address the problem, rather than just keeping on doing what has been done before. Like, try to find a way to change that without giving up with small challenges. And also, doing something you really love, because in startups, it's like so hard, like there's challenges every day. So it really helps to do something you're really motivated about, that's every morning that brings, motivation to you. So in my case, it's like working with kids and seeing the smiles on their faces makes me really go back, even though there are a lot of challenges to go back and do the best I can. So I would say just figure out what you're really passionate about, and go after that.
So I'm not sure whether this is the first competition you are joining. So which make me remind me like last year, the similar time Little Mochi was competed in the Cmu McGuinness competition. We finally won the second place, and this is actually our starting point. So now it's almost a year, so I can talk for one day to give the suggestions, but if I want to narrow down to one, I would say like keep your mind open to hear for all the good suggestions, but to keep your own focus. Because to do a startup, I would say like you are not try to satisfy everyone. So you will hear a lot of suggestions, and someone even say like negative ones, such as, oh, I feel you were frequently hear someone say like, oh, I think I see something like this before, or say like, oh, I think this idea is just crazy. So like in the McGuinness competition, we once have a judge actually give us really cool score. They gave us 1 out of 5. By the time I was really frustrated and even questioned myself whether this is something that this is a good idea, or this is something that I should like really give an all in to make that happen. But later I realized, like just as you said, you are not trying to satisfy everyone, just to try to make sure whether your solution is address the needs or pain point of a small group of people. Even the group of people is not like everyone, but try to make sure you're addressing a real problem and you have the right solution, and make sure if this is something that you are believe in, just go and just stick to it. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. So as sort of a follow-up, a question would be sort of within your startups, is there like any advice that you kind of took from the start that kind of helped you get to where you are today, or just like any kind of advice that would help sort of other startups kind of like progress forward? Just like something that you kind of took to heart and like that kind of became the driving force.
I would say like build a really quick and dirty prototype, and rather than trying to make it, perfect, and test it often and iterate a lot on it and get feedback early on. So like just try to build something to get it out into the world and get feedback from people. Like in our case, for example, I was just doing like a prototype during my PhD, and I was going to build an earthquake table, and I just used like a drill and put together some stuff. And if people like stepped on the table, it would probably fall down. And I was telling the kids not to approach too much. But yeah, it's like I got it out like into a museum setting or school settings, and then I got a lot of feedback from kids, parents, teachers. So that's really helped me refine like to address the needs. Because if you don't really show people what you're working on and you just tell the ideas, it's really hard for them to visualize it. So yeah, getting like iterating a lot and building really, prototypes at the very early stages, I think.
Yeah, I think to me, I think a common mistake that many entrepreneurs, including myself at the early stage, is like you are just stick too engage too into your own idea, and you really love your idea very much, and you feel like a perfect idea or perfect amazing product is the only thing that you want to, or you put your majority of your effort or time in building the product. But later I figured out like actually a great product is important and crucial, but there's a lot of things that are equally important to a great product. For example, you need to think about like business development, how to responding to support your business, right? And support you have a good team, like a stable team to work with. And you need to think about like what are the business models that you can support you to have your business idea to make money. And you need to also figure out those kind of legal stuff, just as the previous presentation we saw, like some of the how to protect your IP and how to work on the patent. Anyway, as if you are the CEO of your company, you need to worry about a lot of like things, also like how to keep a stable team, like how to find your co-founders, like the people you are really trusted a lot, and how to find a qualified team with diversified skill set that meet the needs both for your product, your engineering work, and your marketing and your finance part. So just to try to do a better or good time management while focus on building a product, spare a good portion of time to focus on other important agendas.
Yeah, I would say know the difference between confidence and ego. You might have heard, people call entrepreneurs crazy and stubborn, it's true and not true. I mean, like really good entrepreneurs should be forward thinking and have a bigger picture, because at the end of the day, it's not a solo work, it's teamwork, right? You should be able to know, yeah, for sure, you have to be confident to know whether you're believe in your vision, right? And then keep pushing forward. But ego, if it's too big than your capacity, it might hurt you in various of ways. It'll hurt you from acknowledging other people's capabilities and really listen to other people's advices. It will hurt you from absorbing other better talents who are, better at certain areas you're not. At the end of the day, entrepreneurs or leaders with super ego will create an anti-Darwinism within the organization, which means the people who work for you are not better than you. And then you can see the hierarchical, like the people who are actually working are actually the worst within the organization. Then that'll be the doom day for your organization. So I would encourage everybody to think long-term, think less of themselves, think this as a teamwork, a great vision you're creating, the benefits you're bringing to other people via your work. Yeah.
Sorry, I have a question. So with regards to what you just said, I kind of agree with you in a sense, but I feel like sometimes it might be a bit helpful to actually try to push your employees to work harder. If you have slightly that kind of like, egotistical mindset, I feel like it would make your employees want to kind of, not in a sense like have bad competition, but positive competition to try to push each other to be better. I don't know, like if you have any thoughts on what I just commented.
Yeah, I mean, different people manage their team in a different way, right? That's why each company has its own culture. But at least for my team, or from my perspective, I wouldn't use the word push. I would say lead and inspire, right? Because you want them to voluntarily think the things you haven't thought of, right? So that you can create a synergy within your team and attract other people to help you.
Right. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. No, I shouldn't have said push.
But in terms of,
motivation,
keep the momentum going, that's more of a managerial issue, right? You have to set up certain, for example, process or rules or communication, like routines for the team to refer to, right? So that you can manage your team in an effective way. So there are two different things, right? You have to motivate people by heart, right? And then manage them in your brain.
Makes complete sense. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I really agree with that. I think like you shouldn't try to do everything yourself, which is what we tend to do a lot in the beginning, especially. I think it helps to get a sense of in the beginning of what different things are like, and try to do a little bit of everything so you know about different aspects. But then you try to bring on people that are better than you in different like parts of the project, so that they can lead parts.
Yeah, because I feel like sometimes I struggle with the fact that like I try to do everything myself, because I feel like sometimes like my teammates might be a little ineffective. Not ineffective, that's the wrong word, but like they're like not as motivated as I am to try to get something completed. So then I'm like, all right, if they're gonna take so long to do it, I may as well just do it myself.
Yeah.
So like, do you have any like tips on how to?
Yeah, I think it really helps to give them the chance to do it themselves, but you should always be there in case like something falls apart. Then you should always be able to fix things in the background.
Right.
Yeah. So I think it really helps if you have those skills that in case of emergency you can always do stuff, but then you always give them the leadership so they take it on and find their own solutions.
Right. That makes sense. Thank you.
Sure.
I guess going off of that, does anyone else have any questions for our panelists? If you do, you can just raise your hand on the participants tab. If not, I have other questions prepared that I can ask.
Yeah, I think we can do like 2 more questions.
Yeah, okay, so Michael has a question, so if you want to unmute yourself and ask.
No problem. Hi, guys. Thank you so much for speaking with us. I just had a quick question. At what point do you decide to change the view of your company in order to meet your investors' needs? Because I know there's always a struggle between your vision of the company and your investors' vision of the company. So what do you think the give and take looks like as you go further along in the innovation process for these startups?
Yeah, I mean, for my company, we haven't reached the the VC stage yet. So at least at the early stage, what happens, because first of all, you want to attract good investors who can see. I mean, they're good investors are reasonable, right? You don't want to satisfy your investor. You want to satisfy your customers, right? And then good investors should see that, right? So it's not like you finished a take-home assignment and then submit it to your investor. It's like, hey, this is my homework. I'm done, right? Give me an A. It never works like that. So in our case, if we have like different opinions, I can further exchange information with them to really. So it's not their opinion that really matters that much. It's the why, the reasoning you wanna hear, right? So through effective communication, 99% of the chance we can reach to an agreement. So you want to manage your investors as well, yeah.
I agree with that completely. Actually, we have been so far raising mostly like National Science Foundation type of grant money. So we haven't taken any VC money yet. And also my co-founder, he has a lot of experience with VC. So I've gotten a lot of advice from him and others about how to be careful when you're choosing VCs. So you have to really find the people that are in the right, similar mindset, so that it's like getting married. They say, it's like you're gonna spend a lot of time with them, so you want them to be along on the same line. And I think when you come to that stage, if you have some revenue and like more sustainable model, then it's like, then you have more say about what can be done. So I think getting that VC money when it's really necessary, and also when you're more sustainable, I think is like the advice I've been given to, and also choosing the right partners so that you don't get into those conflicts a lot.
Yeah, I would say like, don't just because the VC give you money make you feel like, oh, I'm at the lower position. I think you need to, like the company and the VC, I would say is on equal footing. So just try to think this is a fair conversation. And I agree with what JJ just said. It's not important to say why. It's not why the decision is making. We are also like Little Mochis at early stage. So I think this is a good question. So sooner or later, we will also face a stage like if VC and our company's vision are different. I kind of sense it currently when we have some conversation with some potential VCs or accelerators. Someone raised some concern that they feel like a B2B market is more like less risky than B2C world, and they are asking whether our company have any plan to like shifting to the B2B part. Why my current answer is no, because we are understand like what our target market. We have done decent research in that part, and to the end of the word, you are the person like understand the most of your company and your situation. But on the other hand, it's actually inspired me that because we are leveraging the AI technology and we are leveraging the data to the underlying level is the data part and the service level part. So it's actually inspired me that maybe at the service level, there's a good chance like for us to leverage like AI technology as a service or the data as a service, because the more the food image we collected, actually we can provide better service, not only to our app, but also to other potential partnerships. For example, the children healthcare centers or grocery stores or fitness centers who also want to leverage the food data or like leverage the AI service to do some projection. So try to keep your mind open. They have some points, and try to, when you design, like currently when we design our solution, we will try to make our underlying technology level be more like microservice oriented to make the service more scalable to help us grow the project portfolio in the future. So yeah, I think you can, to the end of the word, you are the person as a CEO to decide the future of your company.
All right, thank you so much.
Any other questions? You guys can raise your hands on the side. I know I saw another one in the beginning. Maybe not.
Yeah, we have time for like one or two more.
I saw a hand before. If not, I have questions prepared that I can ask.
Yeah, just go ahead, ask them.
Okay, so something that is a major issue, I think, with a lot of people's concerns with AI is the privacy of it. So what do you guys, based on your experience, what are the privacy implications of AI? And when we use tools such as Google Home or Amazon Echo, are we entering into a sort of social contract where we give up privacy for the sake of having more convenience?
It's a tricky question. I think, well, let me pivot the question a little bit. So for entrepreneurs, if you have the mindset of, using AI might face, the data privacy issue, so I'm not gonna do it, then that's definitely not the right mindset, because every solution is not perfect, right? There gotta be some risk associated with it. I think the right mindset is what we can do to address such risk or manage such risk, right? So I don't know like exactly what Google or Amazon is managing the user data, but in our case, basically we use open data out there to train our general model, right? And then right now we're working on personalize or customize the AI model for each user based on this user's data. The data is only accessible for the user himself or herself, right? We're not gonna like share this person's video to another person. So that's the thing we're doing. But basically for each user, we're creating a safe environment for either our algorithm to further learn about this person. The outcome will only be used to serve the specific user. So that's what we're doing. Yeah, as long as, and I mean, technically there are other methods to remove the personal data attached with the actual data output. So that's another way to manage it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's similar with us. Like, I haven't had any issues with privacy so far. Like from people, I haven't had any concerns. But I do know that in education, it's usually sometimes like can be a concern for schools that don't want to give out their data, like for students and stuff. But yeah, like anonymizing the data is like what everybody's doing, so that you don't actually know who did what. Like you just know like the aggregate general trends of what the whole, which classrooms are doing what, or like, so yeah, only the teacher gets access to the actual personal data, but we only get access to the anonymized data. So yeah, I think it's important to be sensitive about those issues, and there's ways you can there's things you can do to satisfy people's expectations.
Yeah, to add to that, basically just read the terms before you sign up, right? And I believe all the softwares out there, they need to meet certain standards. For example, for US companies, they have to meet the SOX data security standard, which means users have the right to pick what kind of data I'm okay to release to the company. So basically, as a user, you can have the choice to choose whether you're okay to share your personal data. Yeah.
Yeah. I see the judges have already got back, so I just want to make it quick. I think at the high level, I think technology is always the driving force, and I don't like the evil part to like just to stop you to, like, if you have good innovation idea, don't like this kind of evil part to stop you doing such kind of things. And at a practical level, currently, just as JJ mentioned and Nessa mentioned, there's kind of regulations that you should always bear in mind. For example, those GDPR, which is a pretty clear and like a standard regulations. And for children, there's a COPPER also regulation that specifically define what kind of actions and what are the rules for the privacy setting. So if you have a tech company, definitely you need to take a look at these regulations to make sure that you are not break the rules. Okay.
Sounds good. Okay, so that will be the end of our panel. We want to thank you guys so much for coming. It was super informative, and we really appreciate all the input that you guys gave to our startups. And I think now we're going to Arlene, who's going to be announcing the winners. I may be wrong.
Okay, so
Arlene, do you
actually,
have the winners?
sorry. Okay, so actually, before we do winners, really quick, I just wanted to give the teams just some general feedback from the judges, just like so, you guys can improve your next pitches, things like that. The judges thought you guys all did amazing. You guys really did great. We were all blown away, like the board. But just like some general feedback, maybe some of you guys should try to show off more traction for your company and show that it's really like a good product and that you guys have, just that's good for the market, or you have a market for your product. Another thing is that if you guys have better case studies, that will also help for your next pitches. And one big thing that we didn't see that the judges thought would have been useful was to show the cost of each customer for your company and the lifetime value of that customer. So yeah, that's just some general feedback, but I will be emailing you guys in the next couple of days with some specific feedback from the judges for your pitches. If you guys have any questions from those, feel free to email me. And yeah, so now we'll go to Arlene so that she can announce the awards.
Is Arlene here? Does she have them? If not, I can announce them. All right, looks like I'm announcing them. All right. Yeah, so thank you for everyone for being here until the end. I just want to extend a big thank you to our UEA board, our judges, our panelists, and their willingness to work around these difficulties and making this event possible. I'd also like to thank our generous sponsors, the Short Center, MUS Law, Heroku, PVCA, ACG Pittsburgh, Chula, and the Aiken House for allowing us to present our competitors with a record-breaking total of prizes. We have over $20,000 in prizes, I think, this year, which is a significant jump than previous years. This event would definitely not have been possible without their support, and to all the Short Center staff for guiding us through this process and for so many years. And finally, thank you for all the teams for working hard and giving wonderful pitches. Every team's pitch was really great, and we definitely had to make a difficult decision, but that's just how the competition goes. And so good luck to everybody in the future and working on your ideas. And we hope to connect with you later. And I guess without further ado, I'll present the final results from third place to first place. After I present your award, if you could, someone from your team could quickly just turn on your camera and just give like a quick intro about your company and how people can learn more, that would be great. And so in third place, winning $2,500 in cash and $1,000 in legal services is Care from Michigan. Good job. Is anyone from Care here?
Hey guys. So what did you, just like a quick overview or?
Just like a quick overview and how people can learn more about your company.
Sure, yeah. So we're a college mental health platform, like I mentioned earlier. We're launching this week. You can look for more information on our launch this week. We'll also should be in the App Store this week. And if you want any more information, you can check us out at our URL, helpnow.me. Helpnow, no spaces.me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good job, guys.
All right, can you guys hear me? All right, cool.
And in second place, winning $4,000 in cash and $1,500 in legal services, is Strata Routing from Harvard.
Good. Hey, everyone. I'm Landon. I'm the founder of Strata Routing. We're building machine learning models to optimize truck routing across many high-dimensional constraints. If you want to learn more, you can find out at stratarouting.com. If any of you are truckers, please check it out.
Nice. Congratulations. And finally, the winner of the CMU Venture Challenge, who will be winning $6,000 in cash prizes, $2,500 in legal services, and $5,000 Heroku credit, is Agat.
Hi guys, I'm Evan from Agat, and we provide computer vision solutions for quick service and fast casual restaurants, where initial applications are cashierless checkout and online order verification for these large brands.
Cool. And how can people learn more about?
Oh yeah, you can check more about us at agat.ai, or you can email contact@agat.ai to learn more. Or feel free to reach out to us. I think our number is posted on the website.
Cool. All right, so I guess that's pretty much it for
or
the
reach out to me directly.
Yeah.
Email me at evan@agat.ai. Yeah.
So I guess that's pretty much it for the CMU Venture Challenge. Before we go, I'd like to quickly go around to our judges, and if each of our judges could just say like a couple sentences about what they thought today, and just a couple of things, parting advice for all the teams, that would be great. We can start with David over there. That'd be great.
Sure. So I'll just echo congratulations to each team. You made it difficult in the deliberation room, and I encourage everyone to continue ideas, whether it's these or others. And then general recognition that it was pretty amazing to see everyone joined across the country through a Zoom meeting room in the midst of this competition. So despite all that, again, everyone did a great job.
If we can go to Michael.
Sure, I just want to congratulate all the teams as well, especially the winners, but all the finalists that presented today. We had quite a few submissions, and it's really difficult to narrow it down. So everybody here has accomplished a lot, and seeing a lot of business plans, doing this and various other competitions, and providing legal services for others. It's really impressive when you look back and think that this is an undergraduate competition. Just a level of competitiveness and how well everything's been done. Everyone should give themselves a round of applause today.
If we can hear from Lenore.
Lenore, I think you're on mute right now, so you have to unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, you could read my lips before, right? So I want to reiterate what my colleagues have just said. Fantastic competition, high quality, amazing. And as Michael just said, I was actually amazed that these are all, I actually had to ask you, are you an undergraduate? Because I was really so surprised at the level. Some of you are sophomores, juniors, quite remarkable in terms of presentation, your knowledge of what you were doing. I like the idea of using the tech and entrepreneurship together. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you, either in these products that you've been talking about, and I know that great teams pivot. So you may have something totally different next year. That'll be great too. So you keep on learning, customer discovery, keep on doing that, and hope to hear from you in the future and use your product. Okay. And also before I stop, I want to say that this team organizing team, you guys have been amazing, the way you put this together and your professionalism. So thank you.
Thank you.
Can we hear from Joey?
Thank you. Yeah, that's been great.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed it a lot. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, great job, everyone. That was very impressive. The 5 hours flew by. There were a lot of amazing teams. My parting advice is that your pitch decks are fluid, right? if you were all to repitch us in 30 days, I would expect a lot of new things. Well, maybe not with what's going on now, but you want to make sure that you're always moving an inch every day on your startup. Don't give up. Continue to update your pitch deck with new case studies, with more traction, with more PR, with whatever you're getting. And if it's not the right idea, pivot, like Lenore said. And if you can't pivot and you want to start something completely different, then go for it. But you're all entrepreneurs because you've taken this step. So just keep going at it and enjoy it, because this is a great, being an entrepreneur is one of the most fulfilling things you could ever do.
Thank you. And lastly, if we could hear from Dave Mooney, that'd be great. Dave, are you there?
Thank you. This is Mark. First of all, congratulations to the winners and to all the teams. I wish every team could win, but that's the nature of competition. So congratulations to you all. Very excited about what comes next. Thank you to our judges. You guys were awesome as always. Thank you to our sponsors, and thank you to the UEA team. And not to forget those that also volunteered today, our panelists and our keynote speakers. Without all of you, this couldn't happen. And just one last thank you to Meyer Upkovic and Scott, our founding and anchor sponsor. We can't do this without you, and we love you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. And I guess with that, we're pretty much done with the CMU Venture Challenge. Definitely tell all your friends about the CMU VC, everybody in all of your entrepreneurship centers back at your universities. CMU VC is run by the Undergraduate Entrepreneurship Association on campus in conjunction with the Short Center for Entrepreneurship. So if you ever come to CMU for a grad program or are in Pittsburgh, definitely check us out and tell all your friends about the event. This is growing rapidly, and we hope to grow this in the future as well. So thank you for everybody, and good luck on all your startups.
Just to chime in again, it is an amazing graduate school for all you amazing undergraduates.
Thanks, Dave. All right, you're all free to leave. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Have a good one, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.